Today, I've prepared the biography of Galileo Galilei. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your warm bed, let your muscles relax one by one. Tonight, we'll gently drift through the life of Galileo, the Italian astronomer and physicist whose discoveries changed our understanding of the heavens. His story will carry you softly into your dreams, like stars appearing in the evening sky. His curious mind and brave ideas will accompany you as you journey toward peaceful slumber in the gentle glow of late Renaissance Italy. As the 16th century was drawing to its close, a child was born who would one day look up at the stars and change our understanding of the heavens forever. Galileo Galilei entered this world on February 15, 1564, in the picturesque city of Pisa, where the famous Leaning Tower was already an ancient curiosity, tilting slightly toward the horizon as it had done for centuries before. The Arno River flowed peacefully through Pisa in those days, winding its way through the Tuscan landscape, much as it does today. Along its banks, life moved at the unhurried pace that characterized Renaissance Italy, a tapestry of daily rituals, market exchanges, and church bells marking the hours of prayer. It was into this world of tradition and emerging change that little Galileo was welcomed. His father, Vincenzo Galilei, was a musician of some renown, a lutenist whose fingers could coax the most soothing melodies from the strings of his instrument. Vincenzo was not merely a performer, but a music theorist as well, a man who questioned established principles about harmony and sound. Perhaps it was from his father that Galileo first learned the value of questioning accepted wisdom, of testing ideas against experience, rather than simply accepting what was written in ancient texts. Galileo's mother, Giulia Ammannati, came from a family of cloth merchants. She was said to have had a strong personality, determined and resourceful, qualities that would later manifest in her eldest son. Together, Vincenzo and Giulia would raise a family of 6 children, with Galileo being the firstborn, followed by 5 younger siblings who looked up to their thoughtful older brother. The Galilei household was not one of great wealth, but neither was it impoverished. They belonged to the noble class, but their nobility was not accompanied by the fortune that sometimes blessed such families. Vincenzo's income as a musician provided a comfortable, if modest, living, and the family moved between Pisa and Florence during Galileo's early years, following opportunities for Vincenzo's musical career. Imagine young Galileo as a child, his curious eyes taking in the world around him. The streets of Renaissance Pisa would have been filled with the sounds of craftsmen at work, the calls of merchants selling their wares, the distant chanting of monks from the city's many churches. The smell of bread baking in stone ovens would mingle with with the earthy scent of the river and the delicate perfumes of the nobility who passed by in their fine garments. As a boy, Galileo would have worn the simple clothing of the day, perhaps a loose shirt and breeches, with a cap to shield his eyes from the Tuscan sun. His days would have been filled with early lessons, first at home, and then with tutors who recognized the boy's quick mind and insatiable curiosity. He learned Latin, the language of scholarship, and studied the classics, absorbing the ideas of ancient philosophers whose words had been preserved through the careful copying of medieval monks. When Galileo was about 10 years old, the family relocated to Florence, a move that would significantly shape his intellectual development. Florence in the late 16th century was a center of art, learning, and commerce, still basking in the afterglow of its golden age under the Medici family. The city's streets and squares were adorned with sculptures and buildings that embodied the Renaissance ideal of beauty and proportion. The magnificent dome of the Cathedral of Santa Maria del Fiore, engineered by Brunelleschi a century earlier, dominated the skyline, a testament to human ingenuity and the marriage of art and science. In Florence, young Galileo would have wandered through marketplaces where spices from distant lands were sold alongside local produce, where the workshops of artisans produced everything from delicate glassware to sturdy furniture. He might have paused to watch a painter mixing pigments, a goldsmith hammering precious metal into intricate shapes, or a stonecutter transforming rough marble into smooth columns. His education continued at the monastery of Vallombrosa, nestled in the forested hills outside Florence. Here, among the Benedictine monks, Galileo studied grammar, logic, and rhetoric, the trivium that formed the foundation of medieval education. The monastery's peaceful setting, with its gardens and cloisters, provided an environment conducive to contemplation and learning. The gentle rustle of leaves in the forest, the soft murmur of prayers, and the rhythmic tolling of bells marked the passing hours as Galileo absorbed knowledge from ancient texts and the natural world around him. It was during these formative years that Galileo began to display the intellectual independence that would later define his scientific work. Even as a young student, he was not content to simply memorize what he was taught. He questioned, he pondered, he observed. When a teacher presented Aristotle's view that heavier objects fall faster than lighter ones, the young Galileo might have already harbored doubts, perhaps noticing how leaves and acorns fell differently from the monastery's trees, beginning the observations that would later lead to his revolutionary ideas about motion and gravity. Vincenzo Galilei, recognizing his son's exceptional mind, had dreams of Galileo becoming a physician, a profession that promised greater financial security than music or mathematics. Medicine in the late Renaissance was still largely based on the teachings of Galen and Hippocrates, ancient Greek physicians whose theories had dominated medical practice for centuries. Doctors were respected members of society, attending to the ailments of the wealthy, and sometimes the poor, prescribing remedies that ranged from herbal concoctions to bloodletting, all based on the belief that illness resulted from an imbalance of the four bodily humors. And so, in 1581, following his father's wishes, Galileo enrolled at the University of Pisa to study medicine. Picture the young man, now 17, walking through the university's halls, his footsteps echoing on stone floors worn smooth by generations of scholars before him. The university was already centuries old, a place where knowledge was both preserved and occasionally advanced. The Pisa that Galileo returned to as a student was a city of contrasts. Its former glory as a maritime republic had faded, and it now existed under Florentine rule. Yet, it remained an important center of learning, its university attracting students from across Italy and beyond. The city's buildings, some dating back to the Roman era, stood as silent witnesses to a long history of human endeavor and creativity. As a medical student, Galileo would have attended lectures where professors read from ancient texts, their words sometimes at odds with the evidence of their own eyes. He would have observed anatomical demonstrations, perhaps in one of the university's courtyards, where the dissection of a human body, a rare and sometimes controversial event, revealed structures and relationships that didn't always match the descriptions handed down from antiquity. But medicine, it seemed, was not Galileo's true calling. His mind was drawn to mathematics, to the elegant precision of geometric proofs, to the way numbers could describe the patterns he observed in the world. Legend has it that one day, while in the Cathedral of Pisa, he noticed a lamp swinging from the ceiling. As it swayed back and forth, he timed its movement using his pulse, and realized that regardless of how wide the swing, the time it took to complete one oscillation remained constant. This observation would later lead to his studies of pendulums and timekeeping, though the story itself may be more myth than fact. What is certain is that Galileo's interest shifted from medicine to mathematics. He began attending mathematics lectures, becoming particularly captivated by the works of Euclid and Archimedes. The clarity and certainty of mathematical reasoning appealed to his logical mind, offering a foundation more solid than the often contradictory theories of medicine. This change in direction was not without consequences. Vincenzo, who had invested in his son's medical education, was initially disappointed. The family's financial situation was becoming increasingly strained, and Galileo, leaving the university without a degree after 4 years, needed to find a way to support himself. For a time, he gave private mathematics lessons in Florence, teaching the sons of noble families, and slowly building a reputation as a gifted mathematician and problem solver. His rooms might have been simply furnished, a table for calculations, shelves lined with books, perhaps a window overlooking one of Florence's narrow streets, where he could observe the daily life of the city while contemplating abstract mathematical concepts. During these years, Galileo developed not only his mathematical skills, but also a practical bent that would characterize much of his later work. He invented a hydrostatic balance for measuring the density of objects and wrote a treatise on the center of gravity in solids. These achievements began to bring him recognition beyond his circle of students. In 1589, at the age of 25, Galileo secured a position as the chair of mathematics at the University of Pisa, returning to the institution he had left without a degree. His salary was modest. Mathematics was considered less prestigious than law, medicine, or theology. But the position provided stability and the opportunity to pursue his intellectual interests. As a young professor, Galileo would have stood before his students in a simple black robe, the uniform of the academic, his voice filling the classroom as he explained mathematical principles or challenged prevailing physical theories. Unlike many of his colleagues, he conducted demonstrations, showing rather than merely telling, inviting his students to observe phenomena for themselves, rather than accepting authority without question. It was during this time that Galileo began his systematic study of motion, questioning Aristotle's assertion that heavier objects fall faster than lighter ones. According to a story that, like the swinging lamp, may be more illustrative than historical, Galileo climbed the Leaning Tower of Pisa and dropped objects of different weights, demonstrating that they hit the ground at approximately the same time. Whether this dramatic demonstration actually occurred is less important than the careful experiments Galileo certainly did conduct, rolling balls down inclined planes to slow the motion of falling objects enough to measure accurately, observing how objects of different weights behaved, and gradually formulating laws of motion that contradicted centuries of accepted wisdom. His willingness to challenge established theories did not endear him to all his colleagues. The academic world of Renaissance Italy was deeply conservative, with many scholars viewing their role as preserving and transmitting ancient knowledge rather than questioning it. Galileo's approach, emphasizing observation and experiment over reliance on authority, represented a fundamental shift in how knowledge was pursued. After 3 years at Pisa, Galileo moved to the University of Padua, where he was offered a better salary and greater academic freedom. Padua was part of the Republic of Venice, a state known for its relative religious tolerance and intellectual openness compared to other parts of Italy, which were under stricter church control. In Padua, Galileo's personal life also took shape. Though he never married, he formed a long-term relationship with Marina Gamba, with whom he had 3 children, Virginia, Livia, and Vincenza. His 2 daughters would later enter a convent, taking the names Sister Maria Celeste and sister Arcangela, while his son would eventually be legitimized and able to carry on the Galilei name. As a father, Galileo showed great affection for his children, particularly his eldest daughter, Virginia, Sister Maria Celeste, with whom he maintained a close correspondence throughout his life. Her letters to him have survived, revealing a loving relationship between father and daughter, filled with everyday concerns, spiritual reflections, and occasional discussions of his work in his home in Padua, which he shared with Marina and their children. Galileo would have created a space that served as both family dwelling and workshop. Imagine him sitting at a table in the evening, oil lamps casting a warm glow over papers covered with calculations, while his young children played nearby. Perhaps he showed them the moon through one of his early telescopes, watching their faces light up with wonder as they saw its cratered surface for the first time. The years in Padua were productive ones for Galileo. He continued his studies of motion, developed a geometric and military compass that proved popular with both scholars and military engineers, and gave private lessons to supplement his income. His reputation grew, attracting students from across Europe to his lectures and demonstrations. Then, in 1609, when Galileo was 45 years old, news reached him of a Dutch invention, a device that made distant objects appear closer. With only this description to work from, Galileo set about creating his own version of what we now call a telescope. Within a matter of days, he had constructed an instrument that magnified objects 3 times. He quickly improved upon this design, eventually building a telescope with a magnification of about 30 times. This invention would change the course of Galileo's life and work. When he turned his telescope toward the heavens, he saw things no human had ever seen before: mountains and craters on the moon, countless stars invisible to the naked eye, and most significantly, 4 moons orbiting Jupiter, proof that not all celestial bodies revolved around the Earth. As night fell over Renaissance Italy, Galileo Galilei, the curious child who had become a questioning scholar, pointed his handcrafted telescope toward the star-filled sky, beginning a journey that would revolutionize our understanding of the cosmos and challenge humanity's place within it. The same stars that had shone down on his childhood in Pisa now revealed new secrets to him, whispering truths that would eventually shake the foundations of ancient wisdom and open the door to the modern scientific age. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle hills of Tuscany, as the sun set over the medieval city of Pisa, the Galilei family lineage took root and flourished, much like the olive trees that dotted the Italian countryside. Galileo Galilei, born on February 15, 1564, came from a tapestry of ancestry woven deeply into the cultural fabric of northern Italy. The Galilei name itself carries whispers of generations past, of hands that worked the land and minds that contemplated the mysteries of existence. Galileo's father, Vincenzo Galilei, was a musician of considerable talent and intellectual curiosity. Vincenzo's own story begins in Florence, where musical traditions were as rich as the soil. He was a lutenist and music theorist whose approach to understanding harmony and sound foreshadowed his son's later scientific methodology. Vincenzo questioned established musical principles, conducting experiments with string tension and sound production that demonstrated an early form of the scientific approach that would later become his son's hallmark. In the quiet evenings, as the Tuscan breeze carried the scent of cypress through open windows, Vincenzo would play his lute, the notes floating through their modest home like gentle reminders of beauty in the world. Galileo's mother, Giulia Aminotti, came from a family with roots in the small town of Pescia. Her lineage was connected to the artisan traditions of Tuscany, where craftsmanship and attention to detail were passed down through generations. Giulia's family had worked as clothmakers for generations, their fingers intimately familiar with the textures of fine fabrics, understanding intuitively the patterns and structures that create beauty and function. From this maternal line, perhaps, came Galileo's remarkable ability to observe patterns and structures in the natural world, to see the underlying order in what appears chaotic to untrained eyes. The marriage of Vincenzo and Giulia brought together two distinct Tuscan traditions: the intellectual and artistic heritage of Florence with the practical craftsmanship of the smaller towns. Their union was blessed with 7 children, though only 3 besides Galileo, Michelagnolo, Livia, and Virginia, survived to adulthood. This experience of loss was common in Renaissance Italy, where infant mortality painted shadow and light across family histories, teaching early lessons about the fragility of life and perhaps inspiring deeper questions about existence. The Galilei family tree extended back through generations of Florentine citizens, neither nobility nor common peasantry, but part of the emerging middle class of merchants, artisans, and thinkers who were gradually reshaping European society. Family stories, passed down in the oral tradition during long winter evenings by the hearth, spoke of ancestors who had witnessed the rise of the powerful Medici family, the artistic flowering of the early Renaissance, and the devastating waves of plague that had reshaped Tuscan society in previous centuries. One such story, which young Galileo would have heard as he drifted towards sleep on cool Italian nights, told of a great-grandfather who had once crafted a special timepiece for a Medici prince, demonstrating the family's long-standing connection to both craftsmanship and influential patrons. Another tale spoke of a distant relative who had traveled with merchants to the east, returning with spices and stories of distant lands and different ways of understanding the heavens. These stories settled into Galileo's consciousness like seeds, waiting for the right conditions to grow into his revolutionary ideas about the cosmos. The Galilei family practiced the Roman Catholic faith with the same quiet devotion as most Italians of their time. Religion was not merely a Sunday obligation, but a thread woven through daily life, marking the seasons with saints' days and festivals, providing rhythm and meaning to existence. In their modest home, evening prayers were a time of family gathering. The soft murmur of familiar words creating a sense of continuity with countless other families across Italy and through time. The church bells of Pisa marked the hours of their days, calling the faithful to prayer and reminding all who heard them of the ordered universe they believed God had created. Yet within this traditional religious framework, the Galilei household harbored a spirit of questioning and intellectual exploration that set them somewhat apart. Vincenzo's musical investigations demonstrated that empirical observation could sometimes contradict established authority, a lesson that would profoundly influence his son. Around their dinner table, conversations might drift from practical matters of daily life to discussions of natural philosophy, mathematics, or the latest ideas emerging from the universities and courts of Italy. The family's cultural heritage was rich with the Renaissance values of humanism, the belief in human potential, and the importance of studying the classical works of Greece and Rome. Young Galileo would have grown up hearing the names of great thinkers like Aristotle and Ptolemy mentioned with reverence, yet also hearing his father question whether ancient wisdom should always be accepted without verification. This tension between respect for tradition and willingness to question would become a defining feature of Galileo's approach to understanding the world. The Galilei family moved from Pisa to Florence when Galileo was about 8 years old, a journey of only about 50 miles, but one that transported the family from a declining maritime republic to the vibrant cultural center of Renaissance Italy. Florence, with its magnificent Duomo, crowned by Brunelleschi's revolutionary dome, its palaces filled with art and learning, and its streets alive with commerce and conversation, provided a new landscape for young Galileo's developing mind. Here, the family's cultural identity expanded to embrace the particularly Florentine blend of artistic achievement, commercial acumen, and intellectual innovation. In Florence, family traditions merged with the city's rich cultural life. The Galileis would have participated in the seasonal festivals that marked the Florentine calendar. The feast of San Giovanni in June, with its processions and celebrations, the quiet observances of Holy Week, the carnival festivities before Lent. These communal rituals connected individual families to the broader cultural identity of their city and region, creating a sense of belonging that transcended daily concerns. The Galilei home, like most middle-class Florentine households, would have been modestly furnished, but with touches that reflected their values and interests. Perhaps a shelf held Vincenzo's musical manuscripts and instruments. Perhaps a corner was dedicated to the mathematical and scientific texts that increasingly captured young Galileo's attention. The family meals would have followed the Tuscan traditions, simple but flavorful dishes based on local ingredients. Bread dipped in the region's golden olive oil. Conversations that flowed as freely as the local wine. Education was highly valued in the Galilei household, reflecting both Renaissance ideals and practical ambition for their children's futures. Though formal schooling was primarily reserved for boys, all the Galilei children would have received some education in the fundamentals of reading, writing, and religious instruction. For Galileo, this family emphasis on learning extended to his father's desire that he study medicine at the University of Pisa, a practical choice that would ensure financial stability, though one that Galileo would eventually set aside in favor of mathematics and natural philosophy. The family's economic circumstances, while not lavish, allowed for the pursuit of knowledge and culture. Vincenzo's musical career provided sufficient income for the family to maintain their middle-class status, though there were periods of financial strain that taught young Galileo early lessons about practical concerns. These experiences may have contributed to his later ability to balance theoretical work with practical applications, and to seek patronage for his scientific endeavors. As evening shadows lengthened across the Arno River, the Galilei family, like others throughout Tuscany, would gather in their home as daily activities wound down. Perhaps Vincenzo would demonstrate a musical principle on his lute, the notes hanging in the air like questions. Perhaps Giulia would share stories of her own childhood in Pescia, tales that connected her children to their extended family and heritage. In these quiet domestic moments, the foundations of Galileo's worldview were being gently laid, brick by brick, through the subtle influences of family culture and tradition. The Tuscan landscape itself shaped the Galilei family identity, and by extension, Galileo's perception of the world. The rolling hills, the ordered geometry of vineyards and olive groves, the changing light that painted the countryside in different hues throughout the day. All these elements created an environment where beauty and order were intertwined. Later, when Galileo would write that the book of nature is written in the language of mathematics, perhaps he was recalling the mathematical harmony he had first observed in the landscapes of his childhood. The Italian language spoken in the Galilei home carried its own cultural significance. Tuscany was the birthplace of what would become Standard Italian, largely due to the literary works of Dante, Petrarch, and Boccaccio. The Galilei family spoke with the cadences and expressions particular to their region. Their everyday conversations, unknowingly preserving linguistic traditions that stretched back centuries. Later, Galileo would make the significant choice to write many of his scientific works in Italian rather than the scholarly Latin, making knowledge accessible to a broader audience. A decision perhaps influenced by his family's connection to their native tongue. Family meals in the Galilei household followed the rhythms and traditions of Tuscan cuisine, with its emphasis on simple, fresh ingredients transformed through time-honored techniques. These daily rituals of breaking bread together reinforced family bonds, while connecting them to cultural practices shared across generations. Perhaps as they ate, Vincenzo would discuss his latest musical compositions, or Giulia would share news from relatives in neighboring towns, weaving a tapestry of family and community that provided context and meaning for their individual lives. As stars appeared in the evening sky above Florence, the same stars that would later become the focus of Galileo's revolutionary observations. The Galilei family might step outside to enjoy the cooler air, perhaps pointing out constellations that had been recognized since ancient times. These quiet moments of wonder, shared between parent and child, created pathways of curiosity that Galileo would follow throughout his life, eventually leading him to question the very nature of the heavens that had inspired such awe in his childhood. The Galilei family's religious practices, while orthodox in many ways, contained subtle currents of independent thinking that would later shape Galileo's approach to reconciling faith and observation. Sunday Mass at their local parish church connected them to community and tradition, while private devotions at home allowed for more personal expressions of faith. Galileo's later insistence that scientific observation need not contradict religious truth may have had its earliest roots in his family's approach to faith, devout but not unquestioning. Through generations, the Galilei family had developed a characteristic blend of practical skill and intellectual curiosity, of respect for tradition and willingness to innovate. This family culture created fertile ground for young Galileo's developing mind, encouraging both careful observation and bold questioning. The hands that had crafted musical instruments, woven fine cloth, and perhaps built timepieces through the generations had passed down not just techniques, but ways of seeing and understanding the material world that would prove essential to Galileo's scientific approach. As the candles burned low in the Galilei home each evening, and family members drifted toward sleep, the day's experiences settled into patterns of understanding that would shape their individual and collective identities. For young Galileo, these quiet hours might have been times of reflection on what he had observed during the day. The swing of a pendulum, the flight of a bird, the play of light through leaves. In these moments of twilight contemplation, perhaps the earliest seeds of his revolutionary ideas began to take root, nourished by the rich cultural soil of his family heritage. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle light of a Tuscan morning, Galileo Galilei opened his eyes to a world of Renaissance splendor. Born in Pisa on February 1564, young Galileo awakened each day to the soft golden light filtering through the windows of his family's modest yet comfortable home. The Galilei residence stood within walking distance of the Arno River, where the gentle sound of flowing water created a constant, soothing backdrop to daily life. The house itself was built of warm, golden-hued stone that seemed to capture and hold the sunlight, creating an atmosphere of gentle warmth. Even on cooler days, the streets of Pisa in the mid-16th century were narrow and winding, paved with smooth stones that had been worn down by centuries of footsteps. As dawn broke each morning, Galileo would hear the soft shuffling of early risers beginning their day. Bakers carrying fresh bread, merchants preparing their stalls, and artisans opening their workshops. The morning air carried a blend of scents: fresh bread baking, the earthy aroma of the nearby river, and occasionally the delicate fragrance of flowers from the small gardens that some fortunate residents maintained behind their homes. Inside the Galilei home, the day began with the soft sounds of the household stirring. Galileo's mother, Giulia Aminotti, moved quietly through the rooms, her skirts rustling gently against the floor as she prepared the morning meal. The family dining table, crafted of rich, dark wood that had been polished by years of use, would be set with simple earthenware dishes and cups. Morning light would stream through the windows, catching dust motes that danced lazily in the air, creating patterns that young Galileo might have watched with fascination as he ate his breakfast of bread, cheese, and perhaps some fresh fruit in season. The Galilei home was filled with the tools of Vincenzo Galilei's trade as a musician and music theorist. Lutes and other stringed instruments rested on stands or hung from walls, their polished wood gleaming softly in the light. Sheets of music and theoretical writings were often spread across tables, the ink markings forming patterns that may have intrigued young Galileo even before he could read them. The house frequently resonated with the gentle sounds of Vincenzo practicing or teaching, the notes floating through the rooms like invisible ribbons of sound, creating a household atmosphere where mathematical patterns of music were as much a part of daily life as meals and sleep. The family's living quarters likely featured rooms with high ceilings to capture the cooling breezes during Tuscany's warm summers. Windows would have been fitted with wooden shutters that could be adjusted to control the flow of air and light. In winter, warmth came from fireplaces where olive wood or other local timber burned with a fragrant glow, casting dancing shadows on the plastered walls. These walls might have been adorned with simple religious imagery, perhaps a painting of the Madonna and Child or a wooden crucifix, reflecting the family's Catholic faith. Outside the Galilei home, The neighborhood hummed with the gentle rhythm of Renaissance urban life. Pisa, though past its medieval prime as a maritime power, remained a significant city with a distinguished university, and the magnificent architectural ensemble of the cathedral, baptistry, and the already leaning tower that still draws visitors today. The neighborhood streets would have been lined with buildings of similar construction to the Galilei home, stone or brick structures of 2 or 3 stories, their facades weathered by time, and the elements into a harmonious palette of earth tones. As young Galileo ventured out with his mother on errands or to attend church services, he would have passed through small squares where neighborhood women gathered at fountains to draw water, their voices creating a gentle murmur as they exchanged news and observations. The splash of water into clay jugs provided a musical counterpoint to their conversation. Older men might have sat on stone benches in shady spots, playing chess or discussing politics and philosophy, their weathered hands moving game pieces with deliberate care or gesturing to emphasize a point in their unhurried discussions. The markets of Pisa offered a sensory feast that would have captivated a curious child like Galileo. Stalls displayed pyramids of fruits and vegetables, deep purple eggplants, ruby red tomatoes, and bunches of herbs that released their fragrance when touched. Merchants called out their wares in melodious Italian, their voices rising and falling like the music that filled the Galilei home. Artisans worked in open shops where one could observe the transformation of raw materials into objects of beauty and utility, a process that surely fascinated the boy who would grow to love both practical mechanics and theoretical science. When the Galilei family moved to Florence in 1574, when Galileo was about 10 years old, he encountered an even more vibrant urban environment. Florence in the late Renaissance period was a city of incomparable artistic and intellectual wealth. The Arno River flowed through its heart, spanned by the magnificent Ponte Vecchio, with its shops and dwellings perched above the water. The city's skyline was dominated by Brunelleschi's magnificent dome, crowning the cathedral of Santa Maria del Fiore, its terracotta tiles glowing warmly in the Tuscan sun. The streets of Florence were alive with activity from dawn to dusk. Craftsmen of all sorts, goldsmiths, leather workers, silk weavers, and woodcarvers, practiced their trades in workshops where apprentices learned by watching and doing. The sounds of their tools, the tap of a goldsmith's hammer, the rhythmic clack of a loom, the scrape of a woodcarver's gouge, created a constant, soothing background melody to city life. The air carried the sense of their materials, the tang of metal being worked, the rich aroma of leather, the subtle fragrance of silk dyes, and the woody perfume of freshly cut timber. The Galilei family's new home in Florence would have been similar in many ways to their Pisan residence, perhaps a bit larger to accommodate Vincenzo's growing reputation as a musician and theorist. Their neighborhood might have included other families involved in the arts and intellectual pursuits, creating an environment where ideas flowed freely in conversation, and where young Galileo's questions would have been encouraged rather than dismissed. The natural world around Florence offered its own gentle education to the growing boy. The city was surrounded by rolling hills covered with olive groves and vineyards, their silvery green and deep green foliage creating a patchwork visible from higher points in the city on family outings beyond the city walls. Galileo would have walked paths winding through this landscape, perhaps pausing to observe how shadows moved across the undulating terrain as clouds passed overhead, or watching how water flowed around obstacles in the small streams that fed the Arno. The changing seasons brought their own rhythms and sensory experiences. Spring filled the air with the delicate fragrance of blossoms from fruit trees and wildflowers. Summer brought the heavy perfume of roses and jasmine, along with the buzzing of bees and the gentle flutter of butterflies among the flowers. Autumn carried the rich scent of grapes being pressed for wine, and olives for oil, fundamental processes in Tuscan life that combined agricultural tradition with practical science. Winter brought clearer air where distant mountains stood in sharp relief against the sky, perhaps inspiring thoughts about perspective and distance that would later inform Galileo's astronomical observations. Within this physical environment, the social world of the Galilei family provided equally important influences on young Galileo's development. As the eldest son in a family of 6 children, Galileo would have been expected to set an example for his siblings, while also helping with household tasks appropriate to his age and gender. Family meals would have been times of conversation where Vincenzo might have discussed his musical theories or shared news of intellectual developments in the city. These discussions, carried out in the melodious cadences of Tuscan Italian, would have exposed young Galileo to the idea that accepted wisdom could be questioned, and that new understandings could emerge from careful observation and reasoning. The family's religious practices, while orthodox in many ways, contained subtle currents of independent thinking that would later shape Galileo's approach to reconciling faith and observation. Sunday Mass at their local parish church connected them to community and tradition, while private devotions at home allowed for more personal expressions of faith. The soft murmur of family prayers in the evening, perhaps accompanied by the gentle glow of candles before a small household shrine, created a sense of continuity and belonging within the broader traditions of the church. In the churches of Pisa and later Florence, young Galileo would have been surrounded by art that told sacred stories through visual means. The golden mosaics, luminous paintings, and expressive sculptures that adorned these sacred spaces spoke of divine mysteries in ways that engaged the senses and the imagination. The soaring architecture itself, with light streaming through colored glass to illuminate the interior spaces, created an experience of transcendence that could inspire contemplation of the relationship between the earthly and the divine. A relationship Galileo would explore throughout his life through both scientific and theological lenses. Education in Renaissance Italy was a blend of formal instruction and practical apprenticeship. Young Galileo likely began his formal education around the age of 7, learning to read and write in the vernacular Italian before progressing to Latin, the language of scholarship. His early schooling probably took place in a small classroom where a schoolmaster taught a group of boys from similar social backgrounds. The room would have been simply furnished with wooden benches and tables, perhaps with a few books that were shared among the students. The rhythmic sound of children reciting their lessons aloud would have filled the space, creating a gentle cadence that helped fix the material in memory. At home, Galileo's education continued in less formal ways. His father Vincenzo, being both a musician and a music theorist, introduced his son to the mathematical relationships that underlie musical harmony. Sitting beside his father at a table strewn with papers covered in musical notation and mathematical calculations, young Galileo would have absorbed not just specific knowledge, but a way of thinking that sought patterns and relationships in the apparent complexity of the world. The soft sound of his father's voice explaining these concepts, perhaps punctuated by demonstrations on a lute or other instrument, created an atmosphere where abstract thought and sensory experience were naturally connected. Through generations, the Galilei family had developed a characteristic blend of practical skill and intellectual curiosity, of respect for tradition and willingness to innovate. This family culture created fertile ground for young Galileo's developing mind, encouraging both careful observation and bold questioning. The hands that had crafted musical instruments, woven fine cloth, and perhaps built timepieces through the generations, had passed down not just techniques, but ways of seeing and understanding the material world that would prove essential to Galileo's scientific approach. As evening fell over the Tuscan landscape, the Galilei household would gradually quiet. Oil lamps and candles would be lit, casting a warm, golden glow that softened the contours of rooms and faces. The evening meal, typically the main meal of the day, would bring the family together around the table, where the events of the day might be discussed in the gentle, melodious cadences of Tuscan Italian. Perhaps Vincenzo would share news from the musical or intellectual circles he frequented, introducing young Galileo to ideas and controversies that extended far beyond their immediate household. After the meal, there might be time for music, Vincenzo playing the lute while family members listened or perhaps joined in singing. The notes would float through the rooms, creating an atmosphere where mathematical harmony was experienced as beauty, a connection that would inform Galileo's later understanding of the mathematical patterns underlying natural phenomena. As the candles burned low in the Galilei home each evening, and family members drifted toward sleep, the day's experiences settled into patterns of understanding that would shape their individual and collective identities. For young Galileo, these quiet hours might have been times of reflection on what he had observed during the day. The swing of a pendulum, the flight of a bird, the play of light through leaves. In these moments of twilight contemplation, perhaps the earliest seeds of his revolutionary ideas began to take root, nourished by the rich cultural soil of his family heritage. The night brought its own sensory experiences: the distant call of an owl, the rustle of a breeze through trees outside the window, the soft breathing of siblings sharing sleeping quarters. The darkness would have been deeper than we experience in our electrically illuminated world, making the night sky, when visible, all the more spectacular. Perhaps on clear nights, young Galileo might have gazed up at the stars from a window, or during evening walks with his father, the pinpoints of light sparkling against the velvet darkness, inspiring questions about their nature and distance that would one day lead him to turn his telescope toward the heavens and change our understanding of the universe forever. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. As the candles burned low in the Galilei home each evening, and family members drifted toward sleep, the day's experiences settled into patterns of understanding that would shape their individual and collective identities. For young Galileo, these quiet hours might have been times of reflection on what he had observed during the day. The swing of a pendulum, the flight of a bird, the play of light through leaves. In these moments of twilight contemplation, perhaps the earliest seeds of his revolutionary ideas began to take root, nourished by the rich cultural soil of his family heritage. The night brought its own sensory experiences: the distant call of an owl, the rustle of a breeze through trees outside the window, the soft breathing of siblings sharing sleeping quarters. The darkness would have been deeper than we experience in our electrically illuminated world, making the night sky, when visible, all the more spectacular. Perhaps on clear nights, young Galileo might have gazed up at the stars from a window, or during evening walks with his father, the pinpoints of light sparkling against the velvet darkness, inspiring questions about their nature and distance that would one day lead him to turn his telescope toward the heavens and change our understanding of the universe forever. When morning came to Pisa in the 1570s, young Galileo would rise with the gentle warming of the air, the soft Italian sunlight gradually filling his room. His formal education began in these early years, not in grand institutions, but in the careful guidance of local tutors who recognized the boy's unusual quickness of mind. One can imagine the young boy sitting at a simple wooden table, perhaps near a window where the Tuscan light spilled across his papers, as he learned his first Latin phrases, the language of scholarship that would open doors to ancient wisdom. His father Vincenzo, a musician and music theorist with an appreciation for mathematics, would often guide Galileo's early learning during quiet afternoon sessions. Picture father and son sitting together, Vincenzo's patient voice explaining the relationships between musical notes and mathematical ratios. Concepts that seemed abstract yet were made tangible through the sounds of the lute. These gentle lessons in harmony would later influence Galileo's approach to understanding the cosmos. The notion that beneath the apparent complexity of nature lay simple, elegant mathematical relationships. Around the age of 10, the Galilei family moved to Florence, a city breathing with Renaissance energy, even as the great flourishing of the previous century had begun to settle into the established patterns of cultural life. Florence offered young Galileo new vistas of learning, new textures of experience. The family found a home not far from the Arno River, where the sounds of flowing water and the activities of boats and commerce created a constant, gentle backdrop to daily life. In Florence, Galileo's education took on more formal dimensions. He was sent to study at the monastery of Santa Maria di Vallombrosa, nestled in the forested hills outside the city. Imagine the boy making his way along paths dappled with sunlight filtering through ancient trees, the monastery bells calling softly in the distance. Here, among the Benedictine monks, Galileo immersed himself in a curriculum centered on Aristotelian philosophy and logic, the foundations of medieval learning. The monastery's rhythms were gentle but disciplined. Prayers marking the hours, meals taken in communal silence, study periods in the cool quiet of stone-walled rooms where the only sounds might be the turning of pages or the scratch of quill on parchment. The monks emphasized contemplation as a path to understanding, a practice that Galileo would later transform into his own method of sustained observation and reflection on natural phenomena. So drawn was young Galileo to the tranquil, contemplative life of the monastery that he considered joining the Benedictine order. One can picture him in those moments of decision, perhaps walking alone in the monastery gardens, weighing a future of prayer and scholarship against other, as yet undefined possibilities. His father Vincenzo, however, had different aspirations for his talented son, concerned that a monastic life would limit Galileo's opportunities. He withdrew the boy from Vallombrosa and brought him back to Florence. Upon his return, Galileo continued his education with private tutors, deepening his knowledge of classical languages and literature. Picture the teenage Galileo reading Euclid for the first time, perhaps seated in a garden where bees hummed among flowering herbs, his fingers tracing geometric diagrams on the page, his mind opening to the elegant certainty of mathematical proof. These moments of intellectual awakening come quietly but leave lasting impressions, like the slow, steady erosion of water over stone. At 17, following his father's wishes, Galileo enrolled at the University of Pisa to study medicine. The university, already centuries old, occupied buildings near the city's famous Leaning Tower. Imagine Galileo walking through arched doorways into cool, shadowed lecture halls where professors in formal robes expounded on the medical theories of Galen and Hippocrates. Medicine was considered a practical and financially secure profession, a sensible choice for a young man from a family of modest means but respectable standing. Yet, even as he dutifully attended medical lectures, Galileo's mind was wandering toward other fields. During these university years, he happened upon a demonstration of geometry that captured his imagination more powerfully than any medical lesson had done. One can envision him standing at the edge of a small crowd gathered around a visiting mathematician, the room perhaps lit by tall windows that let in the clear piston light. As geometric principles were explained with an elegance and clarity that resonated deeply with Galileo's natural inclinations, this chance encounter with geometry redirected the course of Galileo's studies. With a gentle but growing certainty, he found himself drawn away from medicine and toward mathematics. His father, initially disappointed by this change of direction, eventually accepted his son's true calling with the resignation of a parent who recognizes authentic passion. Galileo began to study privately with Ostilio Rixi, mathematician to the Tuscan court and a follower of the great Archimedes. Picture them together in Rixi's study, perhaps late in the afternoon, when the day's heat had begun to soften, bent over ancient texts where Archimedes' insights into physics and mathematics waited to be rediscovered. Rixi recognized in Galileo a kindred spirit, a mind capable of grasping abstract concepts and seeing their application to the physical world. Under Rixi's gentle guidance, Galileo immersed himself in the works of Euclid and Archimedes, absorbing their methods and insights. One can imagine the young man's excitement as he worked through problems late into the evening, his small lamp casting a warm glow over papers covered with calculations, the household quiet around him, the occasional distant sound of a nightingale, or the soft closing of a neighbor's door, the only interruptions to his concentration. Financial difficulties eventually forced Galileo to leave the University of Pisa without a degree. He returned to Florence, where he continued his mathematical studies independently while supporting himself by giving private lessons. Picture him in these lean years, perhaps living in modest rooms, carefully managing his resources, yet rich in intellectual pursuits. He might have spent his evenings reading by candlelight, surrounded by books borrowed from more affluent friends or patrons, the flickering light illuminating pages of knowledge that he absorbed with a hungry mind. During this period, Galileo began to develop his own ideas about motion and mechanics, quietly questioning aspects of Aristotelian physics that had dominated scientific thought for centuries. Imagine him taking walks through the Florentine countryside, observing with careful attention how objects moved in the natural world. A stone rolling down a hillside, leaves floating on a stream, birds soaring and diving. These observations, seemingly casual, were in fact the beginnings of a revolutionary approach to understanding physical phenomena. Galileo's intellectual reputation gradually spread through networks of scholars and patrons. In 1589, with the support of influential friends, he secured the position of chair of mathematics at his alma mater, the University of Pisa. Picture his return to those familiar halls, now as a young professor of 25, perhaps feeling a mixture of pride and trepidation as he prepared to teach students not much younger than himself. The lecture halls where Galileo taught were traditional spaces, with rows of benches facing a lectern where the professor would read from established texts, following the conventional educational methods of the time. But one can imagine that there was something different about Galileo's lectures. Perhaps a certain energy in his voice, a willingness to entertain questions that probed beyond the accepted wisdom, a tendency to refer to observations of the real world rather than relying solely on ancient authorities. It was during these Pisan years that Galileo reportedly conducted his famous experiments with falling objects from the Leaning Tower, though historical evidence for these specific demonstrations remains uncertain. Whether or not he actually dropped objects from the tower, we know that he was developing his ideas about falling bodies and challenging Aristotle's assertion that heavier objects fall faster than lighter ones. Imagine Galileo in quiet moments of experimentation, perhaps in a private courtyard where he could work undisturbed, carefully timing the descent of different objects, noting with satisfaction that, contrary to centuries of accepted wisdom, they reached the ground at very nearly the same time when air resistance was minimized. These observations, made with simple tools but careful attention, were laying the groundwork for a new approach to physics based on measurement and mathematical relationships rather than philosophical reasoning alone. Galileo's questioning of established theories did not endear him to his more traditional colleagues at Pisa. After 3 years, his contract was not renewed, and he found himself once again seeking a position through the recommendation of friends, particularly the mathematician Guidobaldo del Monte. He secured the chair of mathematics at the University of Padua, part of the Republic of Venice. The move to Padua in 1592 marked the beginning of what would be the most productive and peaceful period of Galileo's life. Picture him traveling northward through the Italian countryside, perhaps by horse-drawn carriage, along roads that wound through vineyards and olive groves, crossing the Po Valley, where the land flattened into fertile plains. The distant Alps, sometimes visible On clear days to the north, the journey would have taken several days, giving Galileo time to contemplate the new chapter of life awaiting him. Padua offered Galileo a more intellectually open environment than he had known in Pisa. The University of Padua, founded in 1222, had a reputation for relative academic freedom and attracted students from across Europe. The Venetian Republic, which controlled Padua, maintained a certain independence from papal authority and valued practical knowledge that could contribute to its commercial and maritime power. In this more congenial atmosphere, Galileo flourished. His teaching duties included practical mathematics for medical students who needed to understand proportions and relationships for preparing medicines, as well as more advanced topics for those specializing in mathematics. Imagine him in the university's ancient halls, perhaps standing before a classroom of students from different countries, explaining mathematical concepts with a clarity and enthusiasm that made even complex ideas accessible beyond the university walls. Galileo established a workshop where he designed and built scientific instruments, particularly a geometric and military compass that proved popular with both scholars and practitioners. Picture this workshop space, perhaps with large windows to admit the northern Italian light, workbenches covered with tools and materials, apprentices assisting with the more routine aspects of construction, while Galileo himself handled the precise calibration of instruments. The sale of these devices, along with private tutoring for wealthy young nobles, supplemented his university salary and allowed him to support his growing family responsibilities. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. Galileo Galilei's journey was not one walked alone. Like the steady glow of candlelight illuminating a quiet study, the mentors and influences in his life gently shaped his path, each leaving soft but indelible marks on his thinking and work. From his earliest days in Pisa to his later years in Padua, these figures stood as guiding stars in his intellectual sky, their wisdom flowing into his own like a slow, meandering river. One of the first to leave a deep impression was his father, Vincenzo Galilei, a musician and scholar who believed in the power of observation and experimentation long before such methods were widely accepted. Vincenzo was a man who questioned tradition, challenging the rigid musical theories of his time by testing the sounds of different string tensions and lengths with his own hands. Galileo, as a boy, would have watched his father pluck lute strings, listening intently as the notes changed with each adjustment. This early lesson that knowledge could be discovered through hands-on inquiry would stay with him always. Vincenzo encouraged his son to think independently, to trust his senses over ancient texts, a philosophy that would later define Galileo's own defiance of unquestioned authority. As a young man at the University of Pisa, Galileo found another mentor in Ostilio Rixai, a mathematician who introduced him to the works of Euclid and Archimedes. Rixai was not content with dry lectures. He believed mathematics should be alive, practical, something one could see and touch. Under his guidance, Galileo began to see geometry not just as abstract lines on parchment, but as the hidden scaffolding of the world itself. Rixai's teachings were like a lantern in the dark, illuminating connections between numbers and nature that others had overlooked. Though Galileo's time at Pisa was brief, his family's financial struggles forced him to leave without a degree. Rixai's influence lingered, planting seeds that would later bloom in his studies of motion and mechanics. When Galileo arrived in Padua, he found himself in a city humming with intellectual energy. Its university, a crossroads where scholars from distant lands exchanged ideas. Here, he formed a friendship with Gianfrancesco Sagredo, a Venetian nobleman with a keen mind and an insatiable curiosity. Sagredo was not a formal teacher, but in their long conversations, perhaps over glasses of wine in candlelit rooms, the canals outside whispering in the night, Galileo found a kindred spirit. Sagredo's questions sharpened his thinking, his skepticism pushing Galileo to refine his arguments. Years later, when Galileo wrote his famous dialogue concerning the two chief world systems asterisk, he would immortalize Sagredo as one of the characters, a tribute to the man who had so often played the role of thoughtful challenger in his life. Another quiet but profound influence was the philosopher Cesare Cremonini, a colleague at Padua who, though he disagreed with Galileo on many points, engaged him in endless debates about the nature of the cosmos. Their discussions stretched late into the evening, the air thick with the scent of parchment and ink, as they weighed Aristotle against newer, bolder ideas. Cremonini was a traditionalist, but his resistance forced Galileo to hone his reasoning, to find clearer ways to express his revolutionary thoughts. Even in disagreement, there was respect, a reminder that intellectual growth often comes not from echo chambers, but from the gentle friction of differing minds. Perhaps the most enduring of Galileo's influences was the distant but towering figure of Nicolaus Copernicus. Though they never met, Copernicus had died decades before Galileo was born. His On the Revolutions of the Heavenly Spheres asterisk became a quiet beacon in Galileo's life. At first, he was cautious, aware of the controversy surrounding the heliocentric model. But as his own telescopic observations revealed the imperfections of the moons of Jupiter, the phases of Venus, he felt the truth of Copernicus' vision settling into place like the final piece of an intricate puzzle. In those solitary nights spent peering through his telescope, Galileo was not just seeing the heavens anew. He was stepping into a conversation that had begun long before him, adding his voice to a chorus that stretched across time. And then there were the students' bright, eager minds who, in their own way, shaped Galileo as much as he shaped them. Teaching forced him to distill complex ideas into clarity, to find the simplest paths through tangled problems. In their questions, he often found new angles to explore, their fresh perspectives nudging his thoughts in unexpected directions. Some of these young scholars would later carry his ideas across Europe, ensuring that his work did not end with him. As the years passed, Galileo's relationships with these mentors and peers evolved. Some, like his father and Rixa, remained memories, their lessons living on in his work. Others, like Sagredo, remained steady companions until death parted them. And then there were those, like Copernicus, who became part of him, their ideas so deeply woven into his own that they could no longer be separated. In the quiet moments, when the candle burned low and the world outside slept, Galileo might have reflected on these threads, how each person had contributed a color to the tapestry of his thought. No great mind stands alone. It is always the product of countless conversations, silent admirations, and even disagreements. And so, as we drift toward sleep, we might imagine Galileo in his study, surrounded by the ghosts of those who shaped him, their voices soft but persistent, guiding his pen across the page, ever onward into the unknown. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. Before the weight of his discoveries settled upon his shoulders, before the world knew his name, Galileo Galilei was simply a young man with a restless mind and a hunger for understanding. His early years were marked by quiet persistence, a slow and steady climb through the ranks of academia, where each step laid the foundation for the revolutionary ideas that would later define him. He began his career humbly in the small university town of Pisa, where he had once been a student himself. The year was 1589, and at the age of 25, Galileo was appointed as a lecturer in mathematics. The position was modest, the pay meager, but it offered him something invaluable: the freedom to think, to question, and to teach. His classroom was often filled with the sons of merchants and nobles, many of whom cared little for the abstract beauty of numbers. Yet Galileo, even then, had a gift for making the complex seem simple, for drawing connections between the dry pages of textbooks and the living, breathing world outside. His lectures were not confined to the rigid doctrines of the time. He questioned Aristotle, whose teachings had been the unquestioned authority for centuries. This was a dangerous habit, for the scholars of his day clung to tradition like a lifeline. But Galileo had seen with his own eyes that some of the great philosophers' claims did not hold up to scrutiny. He experimented, quietly at first, testing the laws of motion that Aristotle had declared absolute. He rolled balls down inclined planes, measured their speeds, and noted the discrepancies between theory and reality. These small, methodical investigations were the seeds of something far greater a new way of understanding the physical world. Yet challenges arose quickly. The academic establishment was wary of this young upstart who dared to question the old masters. Some of his colleagues mocked him, dismissing his experiments as pointless tinkering. Others grew hostile, seeing in his work a threat to the order they had spent their lives defending. Galileo, though passionate, was not reckless. He learned to navigate these tensions with careful diplomacy, choosing his battles wisely, but beneath his measured exterior burned a quiet determination, a refusal to accept ideas simply because they had been repeated for centuries. During these early years, he found solace in correspondence with like-minded thinkers. Among them was Christoph Clavius, a Jesuit mathematician in Rome, whose work on the reform of the calendar had earned him great respect. Their letters were filled with discussions of geometry, astronomy, and the latest advancements in science. Clavius, though more conservative in his views, recognized Galileo's brilliance and encouraged his pursuits. This connection would prove vital in the years to come, offering Galileo a lifeline to the broader intellectual community beyond the narrow confines of Pisa. Financial difficulties, however, were a constant shadow over these early efforts. The salary of a mathematics lecturer was barely enough to live on, and Galileo often found himself scraping by. His father, Vincenzo, had passed away by this time, leaving the family with debts that weighed heavily on Galileo's shoulders. He took on private students, tutored the sons of wealthy patrons, and even dabbled in inventing practical devices, anything to supplement his income. One of these inventions, an early version of a hydrostatic balance, caught the attention of the scholarly world. It was a simple but elegant instrument designed to measure the density of objects with remarkable precision. This small success brought him a measure of recognition, a whisper of his name in the circles that mattered. In 1592, his fortunes shifted. He was offered a position at the University of Padua, a more prestigious institution known for its liberal atmosphere and vibrant intellectual life. The move was a turning point. Padua was a city alive with debate, where scholars from across Europe gathered to exchange ideas. Here, Galileo found the freedom he had longed for. He lectured on mathematics, astronomy, and even military engineering, his reputation growing with each passing year. It was in Padua that he made one of his first major contributions to science, his work on the laws of motion. He refined his earlier experiments, carefully documenting how objects accelerated as they fell, how projectiles traced elegant parabolas through the air. These observations would later become the foundation of modern physics, but at the time, they were simply the quiet musings of a professor in his study. Late at night, with only the flicker of candlelight to keep him company. His personal life, too, took shape during these years. Though he never married, he formed a lasting bond with Marina Gamba, a woman from Venice with whom he had 3 children. Their relationship was unconventional, existing outside the bounds of formal marriage, but it provided him with a sense of stability amidst the uncertainty of his career. His children, 2 daughters and a son, would become a source of both joy and sorrow in the years to come. Their lives intertwined with his in ways he could not yet foresee. The turn of the century brought new challenges and opportunities. In 1604, a bright new star appeared in the night sky, a supernova that blazed with unexpected brilliance. This celestial event captivated Europe, and Galileo, ever the keen observer, threw himself into studying it. His lectures on the phenomenon drew crowds, his explanations cutting through the superstitions that surrounded such events. He argued that the star was far beyond the moon, challenging the Aristotelian belief that the heavens were unchanging. It was a bold claim, one that placed him once again at odds with the old guard. But by now, Galileo was no longer the hesitant young lecturer of Pisa. He had found his voice, his confidence. He began to write, to publish, to share his ideas with a wider audience. His first major work, The Little Balance Asterisk, laid out his thoughts on mechanics and the nature of matter. It was a modest beginning, but it marked the start of a new phase in his life, one where his ideas would no longer be confined to the classroom, but would instead ripple outward, shaping the future of science itself. As the years in Padua passed, Galileo's reputation grew. He became known not just as a teacher, but as a thinker and innovator. His correspondences expanded, his friendships deepened, and though the road ahead would be fraught with controversy, with trials both personal and professional, these early years had prepared him well. They had given him the tools, the patience, and the resilience he would need to face the storms that lay ahead. And so, as we imagine him in those quiet moments, perhaps gazing at the stars from his window, or bending over his notes by candlelight, we see not yet the defiant figure of legend, but simply a man devoted to understanding, step by careful step, the mysteries of the universe. His journey was just beginning, and the world, though it did not yet know it, would never be the same. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. In the quiet hours of the night, when the world around him slowed to a hush, Galileo would often turn his gaze upward, toward the vast, twinkling expanse of the heavens. It was there, in those moments of stillness, that some of his most profound discoveries began to take shape. His work was not rushed, not forced. It unfolded like the petals of a flower, each layer revealing something new, something wondrous. And so, with patience and curiosity, he began to change the way humanity understood the cosmos. One of his earliest and most enduring contributions was his refinement of the telescope. It was not his invention, but in his hands, it became something far greater than a mere curiosity. With careful adjustments, grinding lenses himself, he improved its power until the distant became near, the faint became clear. And then, one evening in 1609, he pointed it toward the moon. What he saw was not the perfect, smooth sphere that ancient thinkers had described, but a world of mountains and valleys, of shadows and light, a place not so different from Earth. This revelation alone was enough to shake the foundations of old beliefs, but Galileo was only beginning. Night after night, he turned his telescope toward Jupiter, and there, to his astonishment, he saw tiny points of light moving around the planet. At first, he thought they were stars, but their motion betrayed them. They were moons, orbiting Jupiter just as our moon orbits Earth. This was a quiet revolution, a whisper in the dark that would grow into a roar. If moons could circle another planet, then perhaps Earth was not the center of all things. Perhaps the old models of the universe were incomplete. Galileo recorded these observations with meticulous care, sketching what he saw, noting the positions of Jupiter's moons night after night. His work was not hurried, not reckless. It was the patient accumulation of evidence, one observation at a time. And when he published his findings in the Starry Messenger Asterisk in 1610, the world took notice. Scholars marveled, skeptics questioned, and the church, ever watchful, began to stir. But Galileo was not yet ready to confront the storm. He was still a man of quiet dedication, letting the stars speak for themselves. His discoveries did not stop at Jupiter. Turning his telescope toward Venus, he noticed something extraordinary. The planet went through phases, just like our moon. Sometimes it was a slender crescent, other times a glowing half circle, and at times nearly full. This could only mean one thing. Venus was orbiting the sun, not the Earth. It was another quiet confirmation of the Copernican model, another gentle push against the walls of tradition. Yet Galileo was not just an astronomer. His mind wandered across many fields, and his contributions to physics were just as profound. He studied motion, the way objects fall, the way they roll and glide and come to rest. He did not simply accept the old explanations. He tested them, questioned them, let the experiments guide him. In his quiet way, he rolled balls down inclined planes, timing their descent, measuring their speed. He found that, contrary to Aristotle's teachings, objects did not fall at speeds proportional to their weight. A heavy ball and a light one, dropped from the same height, struck the ground at nearly the same time. This was a revelation, one that would later inspire Newton's laws of motion. His methods were simple but revolutionary. Where others relied on ancient texts, Galileo trusted observation, measurement, repetition. He was not afraid to challenge authority, but he did not do so with bluster or anger. Instead, he let the evidence speak, let the experiments unfold at their own pace. His genius lay not in grand declarations, but in the quiet, persistent accumulation of truth. Even in his later years, when the weight of controversy pressed upon him. He continued to work, to write, to think. His asterisk dialogue concerning the two chief world systems asterisk, published in 1632, was his most daring work yet. In it, he presented the arguments for and against the Copernican model, not as a direct challenge, but as a conversation, a debate among friends. Yet the church saw it differently. To them, it was a threat, a defiance of doctrine. The trial that followed was a dark chapter, one that forced him to recant, to deny what he knew to be true. But even then, in his quiet way, he persisted, confined to his home in Arcetri, his spirit unbroken. He turned his mind to other questions. He wrote about motion, about the strength of materials, about the nature of science itself. His final work, Two New Sciences asterisk, laid the groundwork for modern physics, exploring the laws that govern movement, the mathematics of acceleration, the behavior of materials under stress. It was a fitting end to a life of curiosity, a testament to a mind that never stopped seeking. And so, as we think of Galileo now, we do not picture the defiant figure of his trial, but the quiet observer, the patient experimenter, the man who looked up at the stars and dared to see them differently. His legacy is not just in the discoveries themselves, but in the way he pursued them with care, with humility, with an unshakable belief in the power of observation. The world he helped shape is the one we live in today. A world where curiosity is rewarded, where the universe is vast and knowable, where the quiet work of science continues, night after night, just as it did for him. His life was a reminder that great truths are often found not in grand gestures, but in the slow, steady accumulation of knowledge. And as we drift toward sleep, we can take comfort in that thought. That understanding comes in its own time, that the universe unfolds its secrets to those who are patient, who are willing to look and to listen. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Galileo Galilei's life was a series of quiet revolutions, moments where the smallest choices rippled outward, shaping not only his own destiny, but the very course of human understanding. Each crossroads he faced was like a gentle turn in a winding river, carrying him toward discoveries that would change the world. And as we drift back through time, we can trace these moments, these delicate pivots, watching how they unfolded with the slow, inevitable grace of the stars he so loved to observe. One of the earliest and most fateful decisions came in his youth, when he abandoned medical studies at the University of Pisa to pursue mathematics instead. His father, Vincenzo, had hoped for a stable career in medicine for his son, a path that promised security and respect. But Galileo's mind was restless, drawn to the precision of numbers, the elegance of geometry, the way mathematics could unlock the hidden order of the world. Had he stayed in medicine, history might have gained a competent physician, but lost the man who would one day peer through a telescope and see the moons of Jupiter. Instead, he followed his curiosity, and in doing so, set himself on a path that would lead to the stars. Years later, another quiet turning point arrived when he first heard whispers of a strange new instrument from the Netherlands, an arrangement of lenses that could magnify distant objects. Most dismissed it as a mere curiosity, a toy for the wealthy. But Galileo, ever the tinkerer, saw possibility. He refined the design, grinding his own lenses, adjusting the focus until the heavens themselves came into sharper view. The moment he turned his improved telescope toward the night sky, the world changed. The moon was not a perfect sphere, as Aristotle had claimed, but pocked with mountains and valleys. Jupiter had companions, tiny points of light circling it like a miniature solar system. These observations shook the foundations of accepted wisdom, and Galileo, with careful notes and patient observation, became the herald of a new cosmos. But with discovery came conflict. The most pivotal and painful moment of his life arrived when he chose to defend the Copernican model, the idea that the Earth moved around the sun, not the other way around. At first, he trod carefully, presenting his arguments as mere hypotheses, knowing the danger of challenging the Church's teachings. But as evidence mounted, his confidence grew. He published The Starry Messenger Asterisk, then Dialogue Concerning the Two Chief World Systems Asterisk, making his case with wit and clarity. It was a decision that would cost him dearly. The Inquisition, threatened by the implications of his work, summoned him to Rome. In 1633, under the weight of fear and pressure, he recanted, denying that the earth moved. It was a moment of profound defeat, a bending under forces greater than himself. Yet, even here, in what seemed like an ending, another turning point quietly emerged. Confined to his home in Arcetri, his spirit unbroken, he turned inward, toward questions that did not require telescopes or public debates. He wrote of motion, of falling bodies, of the mathematics that governed the physical world. His asterisk to New Sciences asterisk became a foundation for modern physics, a final gift to the future. Had he resisted the Church more fiercely, he might have been silenced completely, his work lost. Had he not recanted, he might have faced harsher punishment. Instead, in that quiet retreat, he found another way to advance human knowledge, proving that even in confinement, the mind could roam free. Looking back, it is easy to wonder, what if he had chosen differently at any of these moments? What if he had never built that telescope, never written so boldly, never endured the trial? The world would be poorer for it. His stubbornness, his willingness to question, even his moment of surrender, all were necessary. Without them, we might still be gazing at the sky with older eyes, seeing only what we were told to see. But Galileo's greatest lesson was not in his defiance or his discoveries, but in his patience. He knew that truth reveals itself slowly, like the gradual turning of the heavens. And so, as we drift toward sleep, we can take comfort in the thought that even the most pivotal moments in life unfold softly, like the quiet fall of a leaf, like the steady motion of the earth beneath us, turning, always turning, toward the light. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Galileo Galilei's life was not one lived in isolation. No matter how often he found himself at odds with the world around him, like the moons circling Jupiter that he so famously observed, there were people who orbited his heart and mind, shaping him as much as he shaped them. His relationships, whether tender or turbulent, were woven into the fabric of his discoveries, his sorrows, and his quiet moments of joy. Among the earliest of these bonds was his father, Vincenzo Galilei, a musician and scholar who believed in the power of questioning tradition. He taught the young Galileo to trust in observation, in the music of the universe, as much as the music of strings and lutes. Theirs was a relationship of intellectual kinship, though it was not without tension. Vincenzo wanted his son to study medicine to secure a stable future, but Galileo's restless mind turned instead to mathematics, to the stars. Still, the lessons of his father lingered: how to listen, how to challenge, how to see the world not as it was said to be, but as it truly was. Then there was Marina Gamba, the woman who shared his life without the formal ties of marriage, a common arrangement in those days. She bore him 3 children, 2 daughters, Virginia and Livia, and a son, Vincenzo, named after his grandfather. Their relationship was one of quiet companionship, though it would fade with time. When Galileo moved to Florence, Marina remained in Padua, and the distance between them grew not just in miles, but in the paths their lives would take. Yet from this bond came the 3 souls who would, in different ways, bring both joy and sorrow into Galileo's later years. His daughters, Virginia and Livia, became nuns, entering the convent of San Matteo in Arcetri. It was not a path they chose freely. Their illegitimacy limited their options in society, but Galileo loved them deeply. Virginia, who took the name Sister Maria Celeste, was his confidant, his comfort. Her letters to him were filled with warmth and devotion. Small acts of care, like sending him homemade sweets or mending his clothes. In her, he found a listener who did not debate his theories, but offered the simple solace of unconditional love. When his troubles with the church reached their peak, when he was condemned and confined, it was her voice that reached him across the walls of his isolation. Her death in 1634, just 33 years old, left a wound that never fully healed. In his grief, he turned to his work, as if the motion of the stars could somehow fill the silence she left behind. His son, Vincenzo, was different, a reminder of the life Galileo might have lived had he followed his father's wishes. The boy studied law, a respectable profession, and though Galileo supported him, their relationship was not as tender as the one he shared with his daughters. Still, in time, Vincenzo would stand by him, ensuring his father's work was preserved, even when the world seemed determined to forget it. Among his friends, few were as significant as the Benedictine monk Benedetto Caselli, a former student who became a trusted ally. It was to Caselli that Galileo wrote his famous letter about the compatibility of science and scripture, a letter that would later be used against him in his trial. But their bond was not merely intellectual. Caselli was a friend who visited him in his darkest hours, who carried his words when others would not. Then there was Fra Fulgenzio Mecanzio, another cleric who dared to defend him, and Gianfrancesco Sagredo, the Venetian nobleman whose lively letters brought Galileo laughter and camaraderie, even in exile. These men were his sounding boards, the ones who reminded him that he was not alone in his quest for truth. His professional relationships were just as layered. Johannes Kepler, the German astronomer, admired Galileo's work and urged him to speak more boldly in support of Copernican theory. Their correspondence was one of mutual respect, though Galileo, ever cautious at first, did not always embrace Kepler's enthusiasm. Later, he would come to see the value in such alliances, but by then, the weight of his own defiance had grown heavy, and then there were those who stood against him. Cardinal Robert Bellarmine, who warned him to tread carefully. Pope Urban VIII, once a friend, who later felt betrayed by Galileo's writings. These were relationships that began with warmth and ended in disappointment. Reminders that even the most brilliant minds are subject to the tides of politics and pride. Yet, even in confinement, new connections bloomed. The young scholar Vincenzo Viviani came to live with him, becoming his last student and devoted companion. Viviani recorded his words, preserved his legacy, and in doing so, gave the aging Galileo the gift of being heard, even when the world outside his villa seemed determined to silence him. In the end, Galileo's relationships were like the celestial bodies he studied, sometimes in harmony, sometimes in conflict, but always in motion. Some brought light, others shadow, but each left its mark. His father's lessons lived on in his work. His daughter's love softened his hardest days. His friends and foes alike shaped the path of his discoveries. And through it all, he learned that knowledge is not found in solitude, but in the quiet exchange of ideas, in the letters written by candlelight, in the voices that whisper across time. As we drift toward sleep, we might imagine him in his garden at Arcetri, an old man gazing at the stars, surrounded by the echoes of those who had walked beside him. The bonds he formed were as enduring as the laws of motion he uncovered, proof that even the most solitary seeker is never truly alone. And just as the planets move in their silent, unchanging rhythms, so too do the connections we make in this life, gentle, persistent, and everlasting. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Even in the quiet twilight of his years, Galileo found comfort in the simple rhythms of daily life. His villa in Arcetri, nestled among the olive groves and cypress trees, became a sanctuary where time moved softly, like the turning of pages in one of his beloved books. Though his body was frail, his mind remained restless, always seeking, always questioning. Yet there were moments when he allowed himself to pause, to breathe, to simply be. Mornings often began with the scent of fresh bread and the murmur of servants moving through the house. He would rise slowly, his joints stiff with age, and take his breakfast near the window where the light was warmest. Vincenzo Viviani, ever attentive, would join him, pouring wine or reading aloud from letters sent by distant friends. The young scholar's presence was a balm, his eagerness to learn rekindling in Galileo the joy of teaching. They would discuss mathematics, the nature of sound, the movement of water, conversations that meandered like a gentle stream, unhurried and deep. When the weather permitted, Galileo would step into his garden, a place where he felt closest to the earth and sky. He had always loved the feel of soil between his fingers, the quiet satisfaction of tending to plants. Even now, he would sometimes kneel beside the herbs, running his hands over rosemary and lavender, their fragrances mingling with the crisp air. The garden was a living reminder of his father, Vincenzo, who had taught him to appreciate music and the arts, but also the beauty of careful observation. In these moments, he was no longer the great astronomer, but simply a man who found pleasure in the small, tender things, the way sunlight filtered through leaves, the hum of bees among the flowers. His daughters, though cloistered in their convent, remained a steady presence in his heart. Letters from Sister Maria Celeste arrived often, filled with news of the sisters, requests for remedies for her headaches, and tender reassurances that she prayed for him daily. He kept everyone reading them over and over, tracing the familiar curves of her handwriting. She had inherited his intellect, his curiosity, but also his kindness. Her words were a lifeline, a reminder that love could bridge even the distance imposed by walls and vows. When she passed away, the loss settled into him like a deep, unshakable cold. Yet, even in grief, he found solace in the rituals she had left behind, her recipes for herbal tonics, the little notes she tucked into parcels of sweets. In the evenings, when the sky darkened and the first stars appeared, Galileo would often sit by the fire, a blanket draped over his legs, his fingers tracing the ridges of his old lute. Music had been a lifelong companion, a language that needed no words. His father had been a skilled musician, and though Galileo never pursued it professionally, he took great comfort in playing simple melodies, letting the vibrations hum through his bones. Sometimes Viviani would listen, other times they would sit in companionable silence, the crackling fire the only sound between them. There were nights, too, when his mind would wander back to his younger years, to the lively debates in the taverns of Padua, the boisterous gatherings with friends who challenged and inspired him. He missed the laughter, the clinking of glasses, the thrill of an idea taking shape in conversation. But time had softened those memories, blurring the edges of past rivalries, and leaving behind only the warmth of shared curiosity. Even his adversaries, those who had scorned his discoveries, now seemed like distant figures in a larger story, one that was still unfolding, even as his own part in it neared its end. As the years passed, his world grew smaller, but no less rich. Visitors still came, drawn by his reputation, or simply by the desire to sit with a man who had seen so much, questioned so deeply. They would bring books, instruments, sometimes just their own wonderings, and Galileo, though weary, would welcome them. There was a quiet joy in passing on what he knew, in seeing the spark of understanding in another's eyes. And then, of course, there were the stars. Even when his eyesight failed, he would still ask to be carried outside on clear nights, wrapped in furs against the chill. He no longer needed a telescope to feel their presence. He knew their paths, their patterns, as intimately as the lines on his own hands. The cosmos had been his greatest teacher, and in its vastness, he had found both mystery and order. Now, as he lay beneath that endless sky, he felt not small, but connected, a part of something immense and beautiful. In his final days, when words became difficult and the world seemed to recede, he would often reach for Viviani's hand, squeezing it gently, as if to say, "I am here." The young scholar would read to him, recount their conversations, promise to carry his work forward. And Galileo, listening, would let his thoughts drift back to the rivers of his childhood, the laughter of his daughters, the weight of a telescope in his hands, the scent of herbs in the sun. He had lived a life of motion, of seeking, but also of stillness, of knowing when to pause, when to listen, when to simply be. And as the last light faded, he slipped away as gently as a sigh, leaving behind not just discoveries, but the quiet, enduring truth that a life is measured not only in what we achieve, but in how we love, how we linger in the small moments, how we let ourselves be shaped by the people who walk beside us. And so, under the same stars he had once studied, the world continued to turn, carrying his memory like a whisper on the wind, soft, persistent, and everlasting. Like a gentle river flowing toward the sea, our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the sky was still a deep indigo and the stars lingered like distant lanterns, Galileo would often rise from his bed, drawn by the stillness of the world. He moved softly, careful not to disturb the sleeping household, and wrapped himself in a woolen robe to ward off the morning chill. His first ritual was always the same, stepping to the window, where he would gaze upward, tracing the familiar constellations, noting their positions as if they were old friends keeping watch over him. In these hushed moments, before the demands of the day began, he felt most at peace, most himself. After this quiet communion with the heavens, he would light a candle and settle at his writing desk, its surface worn smooth by years of use. The flickering flame cast gentle shadows across the parchment as he dipped his quill into ink, the soft scratching of the nib filling the silence. He wrote slowly, deliberately, sometimes pausing to stare into the middle distance, as if listening to some faint whisper only he could hear. These early hours were for reflection, for drafting letters to fellow scholars, or refining his thoughts on the motions of the planets. The air smelled faintly of ink and candle wax, mingling with the earthy scent of the herbs he kept in small clay pots by the window: rosemary for memory, lavender for calm. As the first light of morning crept into the room, painting the walls in pale gold, the household would begin to stir. A servant would bring him a simple breakfast: warm bread drizzled with honey, a handful of figs, and a cup of watered wine. He ate slowly, savoring each bite, his mind already turning toward the day's work. If the weather was fine, he might take his meal outside, sitting in the garden where the scent of blooming jasmine drifted on the breeze. He loved these small rituals, the way they grounded him before the intellectual labor ahead. By mid-morning, he would retreat to his workshop, a cluttered but orderly space filled with the tools of his trade. Brass calipers and compasses rested on wooden trays. Lenses of various sizes lay wrapped in soft cloth, and half-finished models of celestial mechanisms occupied one corner. Here he would spend hours tinkering, adjusting the curvature of a telescope's lens, or sketching the arc of a pendulum's swing. The work was meticulous, requiring patience and precision, but there was a rhythm to it that soothed him: the turning of screws, the polishing of glass, the careful alignment of instruments. Sometimes he would lose track of time entirely, only noticing the passage of the sun when the light shifted across his workbench. When fatigue set in, he would step away, stretching his stiff limbs before wandering into the kitchen, where the cook might offer him a slice of cheese or a handful of almonds to sustain him. He enjoyed these small interruptions, the way they broke the intensity of his focus. If the day was warm, he might sit beneath the shade of an olive tree, closing his eyes for just a moment, listening to the rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of voices from the street. In the afternoons, he often received visitors, students eager for his guidance, fellow scholars debating the latest theories, or artisans delivering materials for his experiments. These conversations could stretch for hours, filled with lively debate and shared curiosity. Galileo was a generous teacher, patient with questions, quick to laugh at a clever remark. His home became a kind of salon, a place where ideas flowed as freely as the wine served in simple earthenware cups. As evening fell, he would retreat once more to his study, this time to read by the light of an oil lamp. The flickering flame softened the lines of his face as he pored over ancient texts or the latest correspondence from abroad. Sometimes, if his eyes grew tired, he would set the book aside and simply sit in silence, letting his thoughts drift like leaves on a slow-moving river. The night air carried the scent of wood smoke and damp earth through the open window, and the distant sound of a lute being played somewhere in the city would weave through his musings. Supper was a quiet affair, often taken with his closest companions, his daughter, if she was visiting, or his devoted student Viviani, who would later become his steadfast caretaker in his final years. The meal was simple but nourishing: soup made from garden vegetables, fresh fish if the catch had been good, a loaf of crusty bread. They spoke softly, sharing stories of the day, sometimes lapsing into comfortable silence. Galileo cherished these moments, the way they anchored him to the world of ordinary things. Before retiring for the night, he would often step outside once more, gazing up at the sky as he had done at dawn. The stars, unchanging yet ever-moving, reminded him of the vastness of the universe and his own small place within it. He would breathe deeply, letting the cool night air fill his lungs before turning back inside, where the embers of the hearth still glowed faintly. In his final years, when illness kept him confined to his bed, his routines grew simpler, quieter. Viviani would read to him, their voices a gentle murmur in the dim light. Galileo would close his eyes, letting the words wash over him, his mind drifting through memories of starlit vigils, of the weight of a telescope in his hands, of laughter shared over a simple meal. Even then, in stillness, he found a kind of motion, a quiet continuation of the life he had lived so fully. And when sleep finally came, it was as soft as a falling feather, carrying him into dreams of distant stars and the gentle turning of the world. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Galileo Galilei's mind was a quiet river, always flowing, always seeking, carrying with it the silt of questions and the clarity of observation. From his earliest days, he believed that the world was not merely to be accepted as it was presented, but to be examined, tested, and understood. This simple yet profound statement captured the essence of his philosophy, a deep trust in the power of curiosity, and a patience for the slow unraveling of nature's mysteries. As a young man, Galileo was drawn to the elegance of mathematics, seeing in its precise language a way to decode the universe. He believed numbers were not just abstractions, but the very fabric of reality. The book of nature is written in the language of mathematics, he would say, and this conviction guided his life's work. He saw harmony in geometry, rhythm in motion, and poetry in the laws that governed falling bodies and swinging pendulums. Even in his private moments, when he watched a leaf drift to the ground or listened to the steady tick of a clock, he found himself measuring, calculating, marveling at the order hidden beneath the surface of things. But Galileo was not a man who thought in rigid absolutes. Over time, his ideas softened, deepened, like a river carving its path through stone. Early in his career, he had been certain that the heavens were perfect and unchanging, as Aristotle had taught. But then, through the lens of his telescope, he saw the moon's rough surface, the sun's shifting spots, the moons of Jupiter dancing in orbit. These discoveries shook his earlier assumptions and taught him humility. The universe was far stranger, far more dynamic than anyone had imagined. He learned to hold his beliefs lightly, to let evidence reshape his understanding. "I have never met a man so ignorant that I couldn't learn something from him," he once remarked, a testament to his ever-open mind. His willingness to question authority did not come without cost. The world he lived in was one where tradition and scripture dictated much of what could be believed. And Galileo's insistence on observation over dogma made him a controversial figure, yet even in the face of opposition, he remained gentle in his defiance. He did not rage against his detractors, but instead invited them to look, to see for themselves. In questions of science, the authority of 1,000 is not worth the humble reasoning of a single individual, he wrote. His quiet confidence in reason, rather than force, was the mark of a man who trusted truth to reveal itself in time. At home, surrounded by friends and students, Galileo's warmth and humor shone through. He loved good food, lively conversation, and the simple pleasure of music filling a room. He would often say that knowledge was best shared over a meal, where ideas could be passed like bread between friends. His daughter, Maria Celeste, wrote him letters filled with tenderness and wisdom, and in their correspondence, one sees not the stern philosopher, but a father whose heart was as vast as the skies he studied. In his later years, as his body weakened and his world narrowed, Galileo's philosophy turned inward. Confined to his bed, he no longer climbed towers to study falling objects or pointed telescopes toward the heavens. Instead, he contemplated the quiet truths of existence, the way light slanted through a window, the sound of rain on the roof, the comfort of a familiar voice reading aloud. He had spent a lifetime measuring motion, yet now he understood stillness just as deeply. The sun, with all those planets revolving around it, can still ripen a bunch of grapes, as if it had nothing else in the universe to do, he mused, finding beauty in the small and the ordinary. Even then, his mind wandered the cosmos. He would close his eyes and imagine the turning of the earth, the dance of the planets, the infinite expanse of stars. He had spent years proving that the earth moved, yet now he felt that movement not as a theory, but as a quiet, unshakable truth within himself. The universe was alive, and he was part of it, a fleeting but conscious witness to its grandeur. When the end came, it was with the same tranquility that had marked his life. He had lived fully, questioned deeply, and loved without reservation. And and as his breath slowed and his thoughts stilled, one could almost imagine him drifting upward, lighter than air, joining the very celestial bodies he had spent a lifetime studying. Forever part of the vast, silent, beautiful mystery he had so cherished, his legacy was not just in the laws he discovered or the tools he invented, but in the way he saw the world with wonder, with patience, and above all, with an unshakable belief that truth, like the stars, was there for those willing to look, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Galileo's journey was not one of unbroken triumphs. Like the stars that sometimes vanished behind storm clouds, his path was often obscured by shadows, challenges that tested his spirit, setbacks that might have broken a lesser mind. Yet through it all, he remained steadfast, his curiosity undimmed, his resolve as constant as the turning of the heavens he so adored. In his early years, even as a young professor in Pisa, he faced resistance. The academic world clung to the old ways, to the teachings of Aristotle. And when Galileo dared to question them, when he dropped weights from the leaning tower to prove that objects fall at the same rate regardless of mass, he was met with skepticism, even ridicule. The established scholars scoffed, unwilling to let go of centuries-old beliefs. But Galileo was not deterred. He knew what he had seen, what he had measured, and no amount of disapproval could shake his faith in observation and experiment. He learned then that truth was not always welcome, but that did not make it any less true. Financial struggles, too, weighed upon him. His father, a musician of some repute, had hoped Galileo would pursue medicine, a more lucrative path than the uncertain life of a scholar. But the stars called to him, and he could not ignore their pull. For years, he scraped by, taking on private students and borrowing money just to continue his studies. Yet even in scarcity, he found a kind of freedom, the freedom to think, to tinker, to refine the lenses that would one day bring the heavens closer to human eyes. The grind of poverty taught him patience, and patience, in turn, taught him perseverance. Then came his greatest invention, the telescope. With it, he saw the mountains of the moon, the moons of Jupiter, the phases of Venus. The universe was far stranger, far vaster than anyone had imagined, but with discovery came controversy. The Church, the most powerful institution of his time, held that the earth stood motionless at the center of creation. Galileo's findings threatened that belief, and though he was careful, though he sought only to share what he had seen, the opposition grew fierce. Friends cautioned him, warned him to temper his words. But Galileo, ever the teacher, could not stay silent. He wrote, he argued, he defended his findings with passion and precision. The backlash was inevitable. In 1616, the Church declared the idea of a moving earth heretical, and Galileo was ordered to abandon his support for it. For a time, he complied outwardly, at least, but the stars still whispered to him, and in his heart he knew what was true. Years later, when he published his masterwork, Dialogue, concerning the two chief world systems asterisk, he framed it as a debate, careful not to openly defy the church. Yet his meaning was clear. The earth moved. The response was swift and severe. In 1633, he was summoned before the Inquisition, accused of heresy, and forced to recant. That moment, the moment he knelt and denied what he knew to be true, was perhaps the darkest of his life. His book was banned. He was placed under house arrest, confined to his villa in Arcetri for the rest of his days. The world outside moved on without him, but the universe, in all its silent majesty, remained. And so, even in isolation, Galileo continued his work. His eyesight failing, his body growing frail, he turned his mind to the motion of falling objects, to the nature of acceleration, laying the foundations for the science of physics. The weight of his confinement was heavy, but it did not crush him. Instead, it refined him, like starlight passing through a lens. He wrote to his daughter, Sister Maria Celeste, whose letters were a rare comfort in those lonely years. He received visits from the few friends brave enough to defy the church's displeasure, and though his body was bound to earth, his mind still wandered the cosmos, tracing the paths of planets, pondering the infinite. In time, even his enemies could not deny his brilliance. Young scholars, inspired by his courage, sought him out, eager to learn from the man who had dared to question the heavens. And though he was never fully pardoned in his lifetime, though the shadow of the Inquisition lingered, Galileo never regretted his choices. He had followed the evidence wherever it led, and if that path brought hardship, so be it. The truth was worth the cost. As the years passed, his thoughts often returned to the challenges he had faced, not with bitterness, but with quiet acceptance. Each obstacle, each setback, had shaped him, honed his mind like a lens focusing light. He had learned that the pursuit of knowledge was not a straight path, but a winding road, full of detours and delays, and yet the destination was always the same: understanding. On quiet evenings, as he sat in his garden, listening to the rustle of leaves and the distant calls of night birds, he would lift his face to the sky. Even with his failing eyes, he could still imagine the stars, still feel their silent presence. They had been his companions through every trial, his guides through every darkness, and though his body would one day return to the earth, his spirit, he knew, would always wander among them free. At last, from every constraint, every limitation, forever part of the boundless cosmos, he had spent a lifetime trying to comprehend. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Few know that Galileo, the relentless seeker of celestial truths, was also a man who found deep joy in the simplest of earthly pleasures, beyond the telescopes and treatises, beyond the debates with scholars and the scrutiny of the church. There was a quieter, softer side to him, a side that relished music, laughter, and the quiet companionship of those he loved. He had a lifelong love for the lute, an instrument he played with surprising skill. In his younger years, before fame and infamy found him, he would often entertain friends with melodies plucked softly from its strings. His father, Vincenzo, had been a musician and a composer, and though Galileo had chosen a different path, the love of music never left him. On evenings, when the weight of the world pressed too heavily upon him, he would retreat to a quiet corner of his home, letting the notes carry him away from his troubles. There was a rhythm to music, a mathematical precision in its harmonies that spoke to his scientific mind as much as it soothed his weary soul. Galileo was also a man of deep friendships. Though history often forgets this, he wrote long, warm letters to his closest companions, filled not just with scientific discourse, but with playful jokes, complaints about his health, and even the occasional bit of gossip. He had a particular fondness for his daughter, Virginia, who had taken the name Sister Maria Celeste when she entered the convent. Their correspondence is a treasure of tenderness. He sent her small gifts of fruit and sweets, while she mended his shirts and prayed for his safety. In her letters, she scolded him gently for working too hard, reminding him to rest, to eat, to take care of himself. It is touching to think of this great mind, who dared to challenge the heavens, being lovingly chided by a nun who worried over him like any doting daughter would. He had a playful sense of humor, too, one that often surfaced in unexpected ways. When a pompous nobleman once boasted of having invented a machine that could write poetry, Galileo, with a twinkle in his eye, proposed a test. He suggested the nobleman's machine compete against a real poet, and then quietly arranged for an actual donkey to be placed in front of the machine. Nibbling on the paper it produced, the laughter that followed was said to have echoed through the room, and Galileo, ever the showman, delighted in the absurdity of it all. Yet, for all his brilliance, he was not without his flaws. He could be stubborn to a fault, refusing to back down, even when prudence might have advised otherwise. His sharp tongue earned him enemies as quickly as his intellect earned him admirers, and though he championed observation and evidence, he sometimes clung to his own theories longer than the facts warranted, such as his insistence that the tides were proof of the earth's motion, an idea that even his friend Kepler gently questioned in his private moments. He was a man who appreciated beauty in all its forms. He kept a small garden where he would often sit in the evenings, watching the play of light on leaves, the slow dance of shadows as the sun set. He marveled at the way dew gathered on petals, at the intricate patterns of spider webs glistening in the morning light. These were not just passing observations. They were part of his endless curiosity, his need to understand the world in all its details, great and small. And then there were his lesser-known experiments, the ones that never made it into the grand narratives of his life. He once spent weeks studying the behavior of ants, fascinated by their organized trails, their seemingly purposeful movements. He sketched their paths, trying to discern the logic behind their choices. Another time, he became obsessed with the way objects floated or sank in water, leading him to design a curious little device, a precursor to the thermometer, that measured temperature changes by the rising and falling of liquid in a glass tube. It was a humble invention, nothing as revolutionary as his telescopic discoveries, but it spoke to his restless mind, always tinkering, always questioning. As he grew older, his eyesight began to fail, a cruel irony for a man who had spent his life gazing at the stars. Yet even in blindness, his mind remained sharp. He dictated his final works to his devoted students, his voice steady as he outlined his thoughts on motion, on the nature of the universe. And when visitors came to see him, some out of respect, others out of morbid curiosity, he would still engage them in lively debate, his wit undimmed by age or infirmity. In his final days, he often spoke of time, how strange it was, how fluid. He mused that a single moment could feel like an eternity, while years could slip away like sand through fingers. Perhaps that was why he had always been so driven, so impatient with those who refused to see the truths he had uncovered. Life was too short for willful ignorance. When he passed, it was quietly, without fanfare. The church, which had once silenced him, now allowed his burial in a modest grave, no grand monument, no elaborate epitaph. But the stars, those silent witnesses to his life's work, still shone as they always had, and if legends are to be believed, on clear nights, when the sky is especially bright, you can almost hear the faint, distant sound of a lute playing among the constellations, a gentle reminder that even the greatest minds are, in the end, simply human. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Galileo Galilei was born into a world poised between two great ages, a time when old certainties were beginning to crumble, and new ideas were pushing through like tender green shoots after a long winter. It was the year 1564, in the quiet Tuscan town of Pisa, under the rule of the Medici family, patrons of art and science, whose influence would later play a subtle but important role in Galileo's life. Europe at the time was a patchwork of kingdoms and city-states, each with its own customs and conflicts, and yet connected by the slow but steady currents of trade, war, and intellectual exchange. The Renaissance, that great flowering of art and thought, was still casting its golden light over Italy, though its brightest stars, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, had already passed into memory. Their legacy, however, lingered in the air, in the way people began to look at the world, not just with reverence, but with curiosity. The printing press, still a relatively new invention, had already begun to spread knowledge far beyond the cloistered walls of monasteries. making books more accessible than ever before. And yet, for all this progress, the world was still steeped in superstition, in the belief that the heavens were fixed and unchanging, a perfect celestial sphere that revolved around an unmoving earth. Galileo's childhood unfolded against the backdrop of a Europe in turmoil. The Protestant Reformation had fractured Christendom, and the Catholic Church, seeking to reassert its authority, had launched the Counter-Reformation, a movement that would shape the political and intellectual landscape of Galileo's adulthood. The Spanish Inquisition still cast its long shadow, and the Church wielded immense power, not just over souls, but over minds. To question the accepted order of things was not merely controversial, it could be dangerous, and yet the world was changing. In distant England, Queen Elizabeth was consolidating her rule, ushering in an era of exploration and expansion. Across the Atlantic, Spanish galleons returned laden with gold from the New World, bringing both wealth and new questions about the nature of the Earth and its place in the cosmos. The old maps, with their dragons at the edges, were being redrawn, just as the old ideas about the universe were being challenged. It was into this world that young Galileo first turned his gaze upward, toward the night sky. He was not the first to do so, of course. For centuries, astronomers had studied the heavens, recording the movements of planets and stars with painstaking precision, but most still clung to the ancient model of Ptolemy, in which the Earth stood motionless at the center of all creation. A few daring thinkers, like Nicolaus Copernicus, had proposed a different arrangement, one in which the Earth revolved around the sun. But their ideas were often dismissed as mere speculation, too radical to be taken seriously. Galileo, however, had a gift for seeing what others overlooked. His early education in mathematics and music, disciplines that relied on harmony and precision, shaped the way he approached the natural world. He was not content with abstract theories. He wanted proof, evidence that could be tested and measured. And so, when he first heard of a curious new invention from the Netherlands, a device that could make distant objects appear closer, he set to work improving it, crafting his own telescope with lenses ground to his exact specifications. With this instrument, he turned his eyes to the heavens and saw what no one had seen before. The moon, long thought to be a smooth, perfect sphere, was pocked with craters and mountains, as rough and varied as the Earth itself. Jupiter had moons of its own, circling it like a miniature solar system, direct evidence that not everything revolved around the Earth. The Milky Way, that hazy band of light, resolved into countless individual stars, far more than anyone had imagined. Each discovery was a quiet revolution, a whisper of a new order. But revolutions, even quiet ones, rarely go unnoticed. The Church, already wary of challenges to its authority, watched these developments with growing concern. The idea that the Earth might not be the center of the universe was not just a scientific question. It was a theological one. If the heavens were not perfect, if the earth was merely one world among many, what did that mean for humanity's place in God's plan? Galileo, ever confident in his findings, pressed forward, publishing his observations in a lively, accessible style that won him both admirers and enemies. His most famous work, Dialogue Concerning the Two Chief World Systems, presented the arguments for and against the Copernican model in the form of a conversation between three friends. It was a clever device, one that allowed him to present the new ideas while maintaining the appearance of impartiality. But the church saw through the ruse, and in 1633, Galileo was summoned to Rome to stand trial for heresy. The trial was a turning point, not just in Galileo's life, but in the history of science itself. Under threat of torture, the aging scholar was forced to recant his beliefs, to swear that the earth stood motionless at the center of the universe. Whether he truly spoke those words or not, the sentiment was clear. Truth could be denied, but it could not be undone. In the years that followed, Galileo lived under house arrest, confined to his villa in Arcetri, near Florence. His body grew frail, his eyesight dimmed, but his mind remained as sharp as ever. He continued to write, to calculate, to ponder the mysteries of motion and the nature of the universe. Visitors still came to see him, some out of admiration, others out of curiosity, and he welcomed them with the same wit and warmth that had always characterized his conversations. By the time of his death in 1642, the world was already moving on, shifting toward new discoveries and new conflicts. The 30 Years' War raged across Europe, a bloody struggle over religion and territory. In England, a young Isaac Newton was just being born, destined to take up the torch of scientific inquiry where Galileo had left off. The old order was fading, making way for something new, something uncertain, but the stars, those silent witnesses to Galileo's life and work, remained unchanged. They shone as they always had, indifferent to the struggles of the world below. And though the church had silenced him in life, it could not silence his legacy. His ideas, like the light from distant stars, continued to travel outward, shaping the way future generations would see the universe. In the quiet of the night, when the sky is clear and the air is still, it is easy to imagine him still gazing upward, his mind alight with wonder, his spirit unbroken. The lute that plays among the constellations is but a whisper, a reminder that even the greatest of minds are, in the end, fleeting. But the truths they uncover, those endure. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Galileo Galilei's influence on the world did not end with his death. Instead, it rippled outward, like the widening circles from a stone dropped into still water, touching minds and reshaping thought in ways both subtle and profound. His work was not just about telescopes and equations. It was about a new way of seeing, a quiet revolution in how humanity understood its place in the cosmos. At first, his ideas were met with resistance, as all great shifts in thought tend to be. The notion that the Earth moved around the sun, rather than standing still at the center of creation, unsettled the very foundations of knowledge. To some, it was heresy. To others, it was a thrilling challenge, a call to question what had long been taken for granted. The Church, fearing the disruption of doctrine, condemned his teachings, yet even as he was forced to recant, the seeds of his discoveries had already been planted. They could not be uprooted. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the world began to change. Scholars and thinkers who had once dismissed his theories now found themselves returning to them, turning the pages of his books under candlelight, tracing the careful arguments he had laid out with such clarity. His dialogue concerning the two chief world systems became a quiet manifesto for those who dared to think differently, even if they had to do so in whispers at first. The very act of observation, of looking through a telescope and seeing what was truly there, rather than what tradition insisted must be, became a kind of quiet rebellion. And so, the scientific method itself took shape under his influence. Galileo did not simply argue, he demonstrated. He measured, he tested, he let the evidence speak. This was a radical departure from the old ways, where truth was often dictated by authority rather than discovered through experiment. Future scientists, like the young Isaac Newton, would build upon this foundation, standing on the shoulders of the man who had risked so much to see clearly. But Galileo's impact was not confined to the halls of academia. His discoveries filtered into culture, into art, into the way ordinary people imagined the universe. Painters began to depict the heavens with a newfound realism, no longer bound by medieval symbolism. Poets and writers, inspired by the vastness he had revealed, wove his ideas into their works, speaking of infinite worlds and the humbling scale of creation. Even the language of the time shifted, as words like telescope and gravity entered common speech, carrying with them the weight of his insights. Public perception of Galileo himself shifted over time as well. In his later years, he was seen by some as a dangerous radical, by others as a tragic figure crushed by the machinery of power. But as the decades passed, and as science itself became more firmly established, he was remembered differently. No longer a heretic, but a visionary. The Church itself, centuries later, would acknowledge the error of its condemnation. A slow and quiet reconciliation with the truths he had championed. His instruments, too, became symbols of human curiosity. The telescopes he crafted, though primitive by modern standards, were marvels of their time. They extended human sight beyond what had ever been thought possible, turning points of light in the night sky into worlds of their own, mountains on the moon, moons around Jupiter, the phases of Venus. These were not just scientific facts, they were invitations to wonder. Even now, when we look through a telescope, we follow in his footsteps, gazing at the same celestial wonders that first filled him with awe. And then there were his lesser-known contributions, the quiet ways he shaped everyday life. His studies of motion and mechanics laid the groundwork for engineering, for the machines that would later drive industry and innovation. The pendulum clock, which he conceptualized, would go on to regulate timekeeping for centuries. Its steady rhythm, a silent echo of his mind at work. Even the way we teach science today, emphasizing observation, experimentation, and evidence, bears his imprint, but perhaps his greatest legacy is something intangible, the courage to question. In a world that often prizes certainty, Galileo's life reminds us that truth is not always found in comfort. It requires looking beyond what is familiar, beyond what is safe. It requires, at times, standing alone. His story is not just one of discovery, but of perseverance, of a man who, even under house arrest, even in failing health, never stopped thinking, never stopped wondering. Now, when we look up at the night sky, we do so with different eyes because of him. The stars are no longer fixed points in a perfect, unchanging sphere. They are suns, impossibly distant, part of a universe far grander than the one humanity had once imagined. The moon is not a smooth, ethereal orb, but a world of its own, scarred and textured, real in a way that medieval minds could never have conceived. These are gifts he gave us, not just knowledge, but a new relationship with the cosmos. And so, as the centuries have passed, his name has become more than just that of a scientist. It has become a symbol of curiosity, of defiance in the face of dogma, of the unshakable belief that the world can be understood. Schools and spacecraft bear his name. Cratered landscapes on the moon and Jupiter's largest moons map his influence literally across the heavens. When we speak of the Galilean moons, Io, Europa, Ganymede, Callisto, we speak with his voice, still whispering across the ages. In the end, Galileo's greatest triumph was not that he was right, but that he taught us how to seek the truth. His methods outlasted his trials. His questions outlived his censors. The universe he revealed is the one we still explore today, with ever more powerful tools, but with the same essential wonder. And though he has been gone for centuries, his presence lingers, not just in textbooks, but in the quiet moments when we gaze upward, when we let ourselves be small beneath the stars, when we remember that the act of looking, of truly seeing, can change everything. The night sky is vast, and the history of science is long. But somewhere in that expanse, between the silent glow of distant suns and the pages of old manuscripts, Galileo's spirit endures, patient, observant, unyielding, and as the world turns, as it always has, his legacy turns with it, a gentle, unending revolution. the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story, one of the lesser known but quietly charming stories about Galileo takes us back to his early years, long before the telescopes and the trials. As a young boy in Pisa, he had an almost musical fascination with movement. It is said that he would sit for hours in the great cathedral, not in prayer, but in rapt attention to the swinging of the bronze lamp hanging from the ceiling. The gentle, rhythmic sway of the lamp, back and forth, became his silent teacher, though others saw only a fixture lighting the sacred space. Galileo noticed something deeper, the way each swing took the same amount of time, whether it arced widely or barely moved at all. This observation, made in the hush of the cathedral, would later blossom into his studies of the pendulum and the laws of motion. It is a tender thought that one of science's great minds was first sparked not in a laboratory, but in the quiet contemplation of a swaying lamp. Then there is the story of his first telescope, an instrument that would change the course of history. It was 1609, and word had reached Venice of a Dutch device that could make distant objects appear closer. Galileo, ever the craftsman, did not wait for someone else to bring him one. He built his own. With patient hands, he ground the lenses, adjusting and refining until the stars sharpened into focus. The first night he turned it toward the heavens. The moon revealed itself not as a perfect celestial sphere, as Aristotle had taught, but as a world of mountains and valleys, pocked and uneven like the earth itself. Imagine the hush of that moment, the cool night air around him, the weight of the telescope in his hands as he saw what no one else had seen before. He would later write of these discoveries with a poet's touch, describing the moon as similar to the face of the earth itself, a thought that must have felt both exhilarating and humbling. One of the more curious and often overlooked episodes in Galileo's life was his brief foray into the world of courtly intrigue. In 1611, he was invited to Rome by Prince Federico Sessi, founder of the Accademia dei Lincei, an early scientific society. There, he demonstrated his telescope to powerful cardinals and learned men, many of whom were skeptical of his claims. One evening, as the group gathered in a grand hall, Galileo trained his instrument on the planet Jupiter. Among the guests was a particularly doubtful scholar who refused to look through the lens, convinced it was some trick of the light. Undeterred, Galileo quietly adjusted the focus and handed it to another. When that man gasped at the sight of Jupiter's moons, the skeptic could no longer resist. He peered through, and his skepticism melted into wonder. It is a small moment, but a telling one. Even the most stubborn minds could not deny what their own eyes revealed. Galileo's life was not without humor either. Despite the weight of his work, he had a playful side. One evening, while dining with friends, the conversation turned to the nature of floating objects. Aristotle had claimed that ice floated because of its flat shape, But Galileo suspected it was due to something deeper. To prove his point, he took a piece of ice and a piece of wax, shaping both into identical flat discs. When he placed them in water, the ice floated while the wax sank. His friends laughed, delighted by the simplicity of the demonstration. Yet another of Aristotle's ideas, gently overturned by observation. These small, almost light-hearted moments remind us that science, at its heart, is a conversation, a shared curiosity that can be as joyful as it is profound. There is also the tender story of his relationship with his daughter, Sister Maria Celeste. Though Galileo never married, he had 3 children with Marina Gamba, and his bond with Maria Celeste was especially close. She was a nun in the convent of San Mateo, and their letters reveal a warmth and mutual devotion that softened the edges of his often tumultuous life. She would send him herbal remedies when he was ill, and he would provide small comforts for her and the other sisters, spices, fresh linens, even a small stove to ward off the winter chill. In one letter, she wrote, "I am troubled by the thought that you are not taking care of yourself," a sentiment that echoes across the centuries with quiet familiarity. When she died young, likely of dysentery, Galileo was heartbroken. In his grief, he threw himself into his work, perhaps finding solace in the constancy of the stars, the unbroken rhythms of the universe he had spent his life studying. Even in his later years, under house arrest, Galileo's mind remained restless. Confined to his villa in Arcetri, he turned his attention to the motion of falling objects, devising experiments with rolling balls and inclined planes. It is said that he would sometimes sit in his garden, watching the leaves drift to the ground, counting the seconds of their descent. His fingers, now stiff with age, still traced calculations in the margins of his notes, and though the church had silenced him in public, his private letters reveal a mind still alight with questions. In one, he mused on the nature of tides, wondering if the moon's pull might explain their rhythm, a thought that would not be fully understood until long after his death. One final story lingers, a whisper from his last days. As his sight failed, friends would read to him, sometimes from his own works. Then, as the candlelight flickered, he fell silent. Outside, the stars turned in their courses, just as they had on the night he first lifted his telescope to the sky. These small moments, these quiet fragments of a life, remind us that history is not just made in grand gestures, but in the spaces between, in the sway of a lamp, the hush of a discovery, the warmth of a letter. Galileo's legacy is not only in the revolutions he began, but in the way he noticed the world with patience, with care, with the unshakable belief that there was always more to see. And so, as the night deepens and the stars hold their silent vigil, we can almost imagine him still there, somewhere in the darkness, watching, wondering, reminding us to look up. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the quiet years of his confinement, Galileo's world grew smaller, yet his thoughts stretched ever outward. The villa in Arcetri, with its sun-warmed stones and whispering olive trees, became both his prison and his sanctuary. His daughters, especially Sister Maria Celeste, wrote to him often, their letters filled with tender concern and quiet devotion. Through the barred windows of his study, he watched the seasons turn, the slow unfurling of spring blossoms, the heavy drowsiness of summer afternoons, the brittle gold of autumn leaves. Even in stillness, his mind moved like the planets he had once charted, tracing unseen paths through the mysteries of nature. Though his body weakened, his hands no longer steady enough to grind lenses or adjust instruments, his curiosity never dimmed. Visitors who came to see him, often under the watchful eyes of the church, found a man who spoke carefully, but whose eyes still kindled at the mention of new discoveries. Some brought books. Others whispered news of scientific developments from beyond Italy. In hushed tones, they spoke of Kepler's work on planetary motion, of advancements in mathematics that built upon Galileo's own foundations. He listened, nodded, sometimes offered a quiet correction or an insight, his intellect still sharp, even as his voice softened with age. During these years, he returned to an old fascination, the motion of falling bodies. In his youth, he had puzzled over why objects of different weights fell at the same rate, defying the wisdom of Aristotle. Now, with time stretching before him like the long shadows of evening, he refined his thoughts. He imagined balls rolling down inclined planes, their descent slowed just enough for observation. Though he could no longer conduct the experiments himself, he dictated instructions to his son Vincenzo and his devoted disciples, who set up the ramps and marked the distances with painstaking care. The numbers they recorded confirmed what Galileo had long suspected, that nature followed laws that could be measured, predicted, understood. His final great work, Two New Sciences, was composed in these twilight years. It was a book born of patience, of decades of observation and deduction. Here, he laid the groundwork for what would later become modern physics, exploring the strength of materials and the mathematics of motion. The manuscript was smuggled out of Italy and published in the Netherlands, beyond the reach of the Inquisition. Those who read it recognized its brilliance, though many would not live to see its full implications unfold. Yet Galileo never knew the true extent of his influence. In his lifetime, his ideas were met with resistance, his name whispered with caution in certain circles. The Church, though it had condemned him, could not erase the questions he had planted in the minds of scholars across Europe. Like seeds carried on the wind, his discoveries took root in distant places, growing quietly in the minds of those who dared to question, to experiment, to look beyond the accepted truths of the age. As his vision failed, the world blurred into shapes and shadows. His beloved stars, The moons of Jupiter he had once charted with such precision faded from his sight, but his mind's eye still saw them, still traced their paths across the heavens. Friends and students would gather around his bedside, reading aloud from his own writings or from the works of others. Sometimes he would interrupt with a quiet observation, a memory surfacing like a ripple in a still pond. In his final days, he spoke little, his breath growing shallow, his hands resting lightly on the blankets. Those who kept vigil later said that even then, there was a stillness about him, as if he were listening to some distant melody only he could hear. And when at last his voice came, it was soft, barely more than a whisper, a reflection on the language of mathematics, the hidden order beneath the chaos of the world. Then silence. Outside, the night was clear, the stars burning cold and bright. A breeze stirred the leaves in the garden where he had once watched apples fall, counting their descent. Somewhere, a candle guttered and went out. In the years that followed, his name was spoken more freely, his works studied with growing reverence. The very church that had condemned him would, centuries later, acknowledge its error, though the admission came too late for Galileo to hear. His telescopes, his notes, his painstaking records became relics of a mind that had changed the way humanity saw itself. No longer at the center of the universe, we became travelers on a small planet circling an ordinary star, a humbling realization, yet one that opened vast new horizons. Today, when we look through a telescope, when we calculate the trajectory of a falling object, when we marvel at the synchronized dance of the tides, we stand on the foundation Galileo built. His legacy is not just in the laws he uncovered, but in the method he championed, the belief that truth is found not in authority, but in observation, in experiment, in the patient accumulation of evidence. And so, as the night stretches on, as the stars continue their slow procession across the sky, we might pause and think of him not as a distant figure in a history book, but as a man who sat in a garden, watching leaves drift downward, counting, always counting, searching for the patterns hidden in the fall. His life reminds us that discovery is not always a sudden burst of light, but often a slow dawning, a quiet understanding that grows like the first faint glow of morning. The world moves on as it always does. New questions arise, new mysteries beckon. But somewhere in the quiet between thoughts, in the hush before sleep, we might still hear his voice, gentle but insistent, urging us to look, to question, to wonder, for the book of nature is vast, and its pages, though written in numbers, are endless. And so, with eyelids growing heavy, we drift, carried like a leaf on the wind, into dreams of distant stars and falling apples, of rolling balls and turning worlds, of a man who taught us to see. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Galileo's legacy is like the faint glow of a distant star, still shining long after its light first began its journey across the cosmos, though centuries have passed since he first turned his telescope to the heavens. His influence lingers in the quiet hum of laboratories, the careful calculations of engineers, and the wonder-filled gaze of children peering at the night sky for the first time. His spirit lives on not just in the discoveries he made, but in the way he taught us to think, to question, to observe, to trust in the slow, steady work of uncovering nature's secrets. Consider the way modern science unfolds. The great thinkers who followed Galileo, Newton, Einstein, Curie, Hawking, each stood upon the foundation he helped to lay. Newton, who once said he saw further by standing on the shoulders of giants, surely had Galileo in mind. The laws of motion, the understanding of gravity, the very structure of the scientific method. All these bear the imprint of Galileo's insistence on evidence over dogma. When Newton watched an apple fall, he was retracing the steps of a man who had once measured the descent of leaves, counting the beats of time to understand the pull of the earth. And then came Einstein, whose theories of relativity reshaped our understanding of time and space. Even he, with his revolutionary ideas, acknowledged the debt he owed to Galileo's principle of relativity, the simple but profound notion that the laws of physics are the same for all observers moving at constant speeds. It was Galileo who first whispered this idea into the ear of science, and Einstein who carried it forward into realms the old astronomer could never have imagined. The universe, it turns out, is far stranger and more beautiful than either of them could have guessed. Yet their shared curiosity still guides us as we unravel its mysteries. Even today, in the quiet glow of computer screens, where scientists model the birth of galaxies or the behavior of subatomic particles, Galileo's legacy persists. The Large Hadron Collider, probing the deepest secrets of matter, is a monument to his spirit of inquiry. The Hubble Space Telescope, capturing light from the edge of the visible universe, is a descendant of his humble spyglass. And when astronauts float weightless in orbit, they are living proof of the principles he first articulated. That motion, once begun, continues unless acted upon, that the heavens and the earth obey the same laws, but his influence extends beyond the realm of physics. The very idea of science as a collaborative, self-correcting endeavor, one where ideas are tested, challenged, and refined, owes much to Galileo's defiance of authority in favor of evidence. Universities, research institutions, even citizen science projects that invite ordinary people to track bird migrations or classify distant galaxies. All of these are part of the great river of thought that began with Galileo's quiet insistence on seeing for oneself. Then there are the quieter echoes, the ones that resonate in everyday life. The engineer designing a bridge relies on the same principles of motion and material strength that Galileo explored. The doctor interpreting a scan or measuring a dose depends on the mathematics he helped refine. Even the smartphone in your hand, with its precise sensors and algorithms, is a distant descendant of his work on pendulums and timekeeping. In ways large and small, his fingerprints are everywhere, subtle but unmistakable. And yet, like all great thinkers, Galileo was not infallible. Some of his ideas were incomplete, others have been refined, or even overturned by later discoveries. He clung to the perfect circles of planetary orbits long after Kepler had shown their paths were elliptical. He could not have imagined quantum mechanics or dark matter, concepts that now stretch our understanding of reality. But that, too, is part of his legacy, the recognition that science is not a fixed set of truths, but a journey, one where each generation builds upon the work of those who came before. Perhaps the most beautiful testament to Galileo's influence is the way his story continues to inspire. Carl Sagan, gazing at the stars and sharing their wonders with millions, was a kindred spirit, another voice urging us to look up and wonder. Neil deGrasse Tyson, with his passionate defense of scientific literacy, carries forward the same torch. Even fictional characters, like the young astronomer in a novel, or the curious child in a bedtime story, often embody the same relentless curiosity that defined Galileo's life. And so, as the night deepens and the mind begins to drift, it's easy to imagine Galileo still with us, a quiet presence in the shadows. He is there in the rustle of pages as a student pores over a textbook, in the hum of a telescope adjusting its focus, in the hushed excitement of a discovery about to be made. His voice is soft but persistent, reminding us that the universe is vast and full of wonders, that the search for understanding never truly ends. The stars he once studied still shine, undisturbed by the centuries. The moon he mapped with such care still turns its face toward us, its craters and seas now familiar landmarks. And somewhere, perhaps, another young mind is looking up, asking questions, beginning the same journey he once did. For all the advances we've made, the essence of science remains unchanged, a conversation across time, a shared act of wonder, a slow and patient unfolding of light in the darkness. And so, as sleep draws nearer, as thoughts grow softer and the edges of the world blur, we can rest in the knowledge that the work continues. That somewhere, under the same sky Galileo once studied, someone else is watching, measuring, wondering. The torch is passed, hand to hand, generation to generation, and the light, like the stars themselves, never truly goes out. The night is quiet now, the air still. The great wheel of the cosmos turns, as it always has, as it always will, and in the gentle hush between waking and dreaming, between question and answer, between the known and the unknown, Galileo's legacy endures, a whisper of curiosity, a promise of discovery, a guiding light in the endless dark, wrapped in the comfort of these words. we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. The story of Galileo Galilei has been told and retold so many times that it has taken on the soft, worn edges of legend. In the quiet of the night, when the mind drifts towards sleep, it is easy to imagine him as a lone rebel, standing defiant against an unyielding church, a martyr for truth in an age of darkness. But like all stories passed down through generations, the reality is more intricate, more shaded with nuance than the simple tale we often hear. For one, the idea that Galileo was the first to propose that the earth moves around the sun is not quite accurate. Long before him, ancient Greek thinkers like Aristarchus of Samos had suggested a heliocentric model, though their ideas were largely forgotten or dismissed. Even in Galileo's time, the Polish astronomer Nicolaus Copernicus had already laid the groundwork decades earlier with his revolutionary book on the revolutions of the celestial spheres, asterisk. What Galileo did with his telescope and his keen observations was provide evidence: mountains on the moon, moons orbiting Jupiter, phases of Venus. That made the Copernican system harder to ignore. He did not invent the idea, but he gave it weight, texture, and visibility. Another common myth is that the Church rejected his ideas purely out of blind dogma. The truth, as is often the case, is more tangled. Many within the Church were open to scientific inquiry. After all, the Jesuit astronomers of the time were among the most skilled observers of the heavens. The conflict arose partly because Galileo, brilliant as he was, could be abrasive. He had a habit of mocking those who disagreed with him, sometimes in ways that made enemies of potential allies. His famous dialogue concerning the two chief world systems, asterisk, though a masterpiece of scientific argument, framed the debate in a way that made the Church's preferred geocentric model seem foolish. It was not just his ideas that caused trouble, but the way he presented them: bold, unyielding, at times even condescending. Then there is the enduring image of Galileo muttering, and yet it moves under his breath after being forced to recant his beliefs. It is a stirring moment, one that paints him as a defiant hero. But historians have found no evidence that he ever spoke those words. The phrase seems to have been invented long after his death, a dramatic flourish added by later storytellers. The real Galileo, after his trial in 1633, lived out his days under house arrest, still writing, still thinking, though more cautiously. Even in confinement, his mind never stopped reaching for the stars. Perhaps the most overlooked aspect of Galileo's story is that his conflict with the Church was not solely about astronomy. It was also about authority, interpretation, and the boundaries of knowledge. The Church had long relied on a certain reading of Scripture to explain the natural world, and Galileo's insistence that the Bible should not be taken literally in matters of science was seen as a challenge to that tradition. Yet he himself was a deeply religious man, convinced that God had written two books, the Bible and the Book of Nature, and that both deserved study. His struggle was not against faith itself, but against a rigid way of reading the world. Time has smoothed the rough edges of his story, turning him into a symbol, the lone genius persecuted for speaking truth to power. But the real Galileo was far more human. He made mistakes. He overreached at times, misjudged his opponents, and sometimes let his pride get the better of him. He was also a man of deep curiosity, endless patience, and a stubborn refusal to stop questioning, even when it cost him his freedom. As the night deepens and thoughts grow softer, it is worth remembering that history is rarely as simple as we imagine. The past is not a straight line of heroes and villains, but a vast, shifting landscape of people doing their best with the knowledge they had. Galileo was neither a perfect martyr nor a solitary rebel, but a man of his time, shaped by its conflicts and complexities. And yet, for all the myths and simplifications, his legacy remains. Every time someone looks through a telescope, every time a student learns that the Earth is not the center of the universe, every time a scientist questions an accepted truth, they walk in his footsteps. The stars he studied still shine. The moon he mapped still turns its face toward us. And the questions he asked still echo in the quiet of the night. The wheel of the cosmos turns, as it always has, and somewhere beneath that same sky, another curious mind is watching, wondering, beginning the same journey he once did. The light of discovery, though sometimes dimmed, never truly goes out. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. Galileo Galilei's life was one of restless curiosity, of a mind that could not help but reach for the stars, even when the world around him urged him to stay grounded. He was a man of contradictions, brilliant yet flawed, bold yet cautious, a visionary who still carried the weight of his time. His story is not one of simple triumph, but of quiet persistence, of observations carefully recorded, of truths whispered into the night before they could be shouted to the heavens. And now, as the soft hush of evening settles around us, it is worth reflecting on the long arc of his journey and how it still touches us today. Born in the golden light of Renaissance Italy, Galileo grew up in a world where old ideas and new discoveries clashed like waves upon the shore. He was not the first to question the heavens, nor the last to face resistance for doing so. But there was something in his approach, a patience, a precision, a willingness to let the universe speak through his telescope, that set his work apart. He did not merely speculate, he observed. He did not just argue, he demonstrated. The craters of the moon, the moons of Jupiter, the phases of Venus, each discovery was a gentle but firm nudge urging humanity to see the cosmos anew. Yet for all his brilliance, Galileo was no mythic hero standing alone against the tides of ignorance. He was a man of flesh and doubt, of ambition and fear. He sought patronage. He tempered his words when needed, and he wrestled with the consequences of his own convictions. His trial before the Inquisition was not the clear-cut battle of science versus dogma that later generations would paint it to be. It was messy, human, a collision of politics, faith, and the slow, reluctant turning of the world toward a new understanding. Even in his final years, under house arrest, his spirit never fully dimmed. He wrote, he pondered, and though his body was confined, his mind still wandered the stars. And what of his legacy? It lingers in the quietest of places, in the classrooms, where children peer through telescopes for the first time, in the silent awe of an amateur astronomer tracing the same moons Galileo once sketched by candlelight. His name is etched into history, not because he was infallible, but because he dared to look, to question, to push against the boundaries of what was known. The scientific method, that careful dance of hypothesis and evidence, carries his fingerprints the very way we explore the universe, with curiosity, with instruments, with the understanding that nature speaks a language. We can learn owes much to his stubborn insistence on seeing for oneself. Today, we remember him not as a solitary genius, but as part of a great, unbroken chain of wonder. The stars he charted are still there, burning bright in the velvet dark. The moon he studied still casts its silver glow over rooftops and quiet fields. The questions he asked, how does the universe move, still linger in the minds of those who gaze upward, seeking answers. His story reminds us that knowledge is not a fixed point, but a journey, one that requires both courage and humility, both defiance and patience. As the night deepens and the world grows still, it is comforting to think that the same forces Galileo observed, the pull of gravity, the dance of planets, the immutable laws of motion, continue their silent work. Indifferent to the passage of centuries, the universe does not hurry, nor does it rest. It simply is vast and unchanging in its rhythms, just as it was in his time. And somewhere, beneath this same sky, another curious soul lifts a telescope. Another student scribbles notes by lamplight. Another mind stirs with the same restless wonder that once moved Galileo. The torch of discovery passes quietly from hand to hand, its flame never extinguished. So let us take a moment in these gentle hours to breathe in the stillness. Let us imagine the soft click of a telescope's lens, the rustle of parchment under an ink-stained hand, the slow turn of the earth beneath our feet. Galileo's story is done, but ours continues, shaped in some small way by the light he helped to kindle. And as sleep draws near, may you drift away with the quiet certainty that the stars will keep their watch, the moon will glide across the sky, and the questions of the cosmos will wait patiently for the next curious mind to ask them. Rest now, beneath the same infinite sky that Galileo once studied. Let the weight of the day fade as as softly as a shadow passing over the moon. The night is long, the universe is patient, and tomorrow the sun will rise again just as it did in his time, just as it will in ages yet to come. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and sleep, knowing that the world turns as it should, and that wonder, like the stars, never truly fades.